This live stream this morning is brought to you from the beautiful West Lakes rowing course in Adelaide, South Australia. The regatta today is an all-day regatta, and it is hosted by the Torrens Rowing Club, one of the South Australian's old established rowing clubs. Before we go any further, I will ask Kate to do the historical acknowledgement.
Thanks, Kevin, and morning, everyone. The Torrens Rowing Club and Rowing SA acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional country of the Kaurna people of the Adelaide Plains and pay respect to elders past and present.
The first race is already underway, and it is one of 3 divisions of the under-19 women's single scull. At the moment, your picture is looking down the course, and it's a 2,000 metre race, and the crews are Torrens, Wilderness, Loreto, St Ignatius, Norwood, and a second Loreto crew. Well, single scull.
It's a beautiful morning, Kevin, for rowing. We've got a light breeze. I think it's about 13 kilometres an hour. We're heading for 24 degrees today, and it's currently about 19. So lovely conditions on the water. And if you're looking at the race from right to left, you've got lane 1 on the right side, lane 8 on the left side.
Yes. Presently we're zooming in onto lanes 1 and 2. So from the right of your screen, you have the Torrens sculler, Sophie Butcher, and next to her in the light rowing suit is Bianca Rowan from Wilderness. And they are obviously, Sophie has a small advantage over Bianca, and they are both under 19 and rowing really nicely. After the excitement of the start, they've settled down now and making their way up the course.
For those of you who don't row, a single scull is not an easy thing to row.
Yes, and these crews are not deep into their rowing career. They're under 19. They've been rowing for probably for at least a couple of years, and they're doing a really good job coming up the course. The wind is slightly behind them, so that is both a help and also just can be a little bit of a hindrance in the steering and so forth as they come up in the lanes. This course has 8 lanes, and currently we're looking across at a Loreto Marriotteville sculler, Madison Johansson, in lane 7. Now, Madison had a quick look across there. You'll see where she was as they come up. They must be very close to the 1,000 metre mark now, and about halfway through the race, and just pushing. There's this when you're rowing a single scull, it's every stroke is a push, and whilst there are 7 crews in the race at the moment, I can only see 4 of them, and from right to left we have Sophie Butcher from Torrens in lane 2, and a little further back in the very light coloured rowing suit is Bianca from Wilderness, and coming across again we have the Loreto Marriotteville sculler Francesca Lennon, and I cannot see the St Ignatius or the Norwood Moriata crew, but then on the far side we have the other Loreto Marriotteville sculler in Madison Johansson. probably 1,500 metres, almost exactly 1,500 metres into the race now. That's in the last, they're entering the last quarter. And it appears as though Sophie Butcher in the red and white hoops in the middle of your screen has a comfortable lead over the other three scullers. And it looks like, unless there is something goes wrong, and this is possible but not likely, because Sophie's doing quite a good, strong job and competent job there as she comes up looking towards the last the final 250, when the red boys on the course will appear. When the boys on the course are not all the same colour. The last 250 are red boys, and that is a signal to the rowers that they're in the final sprint. So,
she's just crossed the line now.
Yes, a comfortable win to Sophie Butcher. We may be able to see.
So we've got the Loreto rower in lane 7, Madison Johansson, and then just behind her is another Loreto rower, Francesca Lennon. Oh, that's the Wilderness rower, I'm sorry, Bianca Rowan.
And Bianca pushed up quite well towards Madison, but was not able to reach her. And on the far side now in your screen is lane 7, is Madison Johansson, who's doing a very creditable job of bringing up the rear of the field.
So we had Sophie Butcher from Torrens in first place, Francesca Lennon in second place from Loreto, and Bianca Rowan in third place from Wilderness.
These, of course, are unofficial results. Coming along behind the scullers, there will be, there you see it now on your screen, the umpire's boat. And the umpire, if everything has been as it should be during the race, will raise a white flag to signal that is all clear for the official results to be given.
So we now have race 2 coming down, the under-19 women's single scull, Division 2. It's another 2,000 metre race. So we've got in lane 7, Loreto, Mariah Murray, and next to her is a Torrens rower in lane 6, Imogen Graham. And further across in lane 1, or lane 2, sorry, you can see Amelia Duval from Murray Bridge. And then in lane 4, Lily Marshall from Wilderness, and another Wilderness rower, Millie Jackson, in lane 5, bringing up the rear.
The race, as it presents itself now, looks like a race in 3. Nearest the camera, and in lane 2, we have St. Peter's girl sculler Sophie Barr, and right across on the other side, where just ahead of the umpire's boat, you will see the Torrens rower Imogen Graham, and these two are making a race of it. And right on the far side of the course, you have Mariah Murray from Loreto. But it appears as though, as they come well into the vast 500 metres, that it is on the bottom of your screen. Sophie Barr from St. Peter's has pushed through pretty well, and looks like she will. As you can see now, the colour of the boys. She's just into the last 250 metres, and she's raised her rating a little bit, and is pushing through to the finish.
She looks very comfortable, doesn't she?
Yes, there's no hesitation there. There's a little wash, though. This can be very upsetting to single scullers, because the boat is finely tuned, and it's like a racehorse. It can be startled by sudden problems.
They're fairly unstable to row, so any interruption like that she will feel.
Yes, but she's weathered it well, and Sophie will come down to the line. There's only a few more strokes to go. She'll come down to the line, a comfortable winner of the under-19 women's single scull Division 2. Oh.
So we've got in lane 6 the Torrens rower Imogen Graham coming comfortably into second place. And she's just crossed the line.
And here in the bottom of your screen at the moment, we have, it's very difficult to pick up, but the light coming from the other side, from the eastern open
I think
course.
it might have been Millie Jackson from Wilderness. And now we've got Mariah Murray from Loretto. And that's the other Wilderness rower, Lily Marshall.
So this rowing lake is wonderfully set up. 2,000 metres, specially built in the late 1970s to host international regattas. Now, the third of the under-19 women's single scull races and last one, Division 3, is now approaching the halfway through the race. And as we look at our screen, we can see four, I think only four scullers I can see.
Looks like we've got Daisy Matterford from Murray Bridge in lane 3, the close. There we go, we're zooming in now. So we've got Torrens rower Ella Deramore in lane 2.
And our screen is now showing up the Murray Bridge rower Daisy Matterford there, who's doing a good job in lane 4. These under-19 women's sculls are a mixture of club rowers. As you see, the Murray Bridge rower is from the Murray Bridge Rowing Club, and school rowers, the only qualification required is to be under-19. So they're open to, and that's why there is a mix of club and school rowers.
And you're watching Deanna Macalino from Loretto there in lane 3. And then across to the other Loretto rower in lane 7, that's Hallie Anderson.
And Hallie's, you'll notice she's having a look over her shoulder. She'll be looking to see where she is in the field, to see where the other scullers are. This is necessary when you're the only set of eyes in the boat. Loretto have changed their oar colours this season. They are now rowing with black oars as a distinction from the other crews.
So this is Eliza Quick from Wilderness, rowing well there.
Yes, you'll see that Eliza looks very steady, and this is something which rowers try to achieve. No panic, just steadily pushing on through the course. Again, she is occasionally having a glance over her shoulder or to the side to see where she is in the field. So at the moment, on the left of your screen, we have from we have, yes, Hallie Anderson appears to have pushed through in the middle of the course, and she's in the last 250 metres now with about 10 strokes to go, and she will come down a comfortable winner here. Just look at, she looks calm, that strong push, and she's quite pleased that she's done, and there she is resting on her oars, having come over the line. She will be followed by on the far side we have Wilderness. That'll be lane 6, Eliza Quick.
Here we have the Torrens rower Ella Deramore in lane 2, coming into 3rd place, coached by Izzy Day. And then the Loretto rower Hallie Anderson coming through in lane 7 just now. Every muscle screaming, no doubt. It's a long way. This is the Murray Bridge rower Daisy Matterford. Almost there.
This is the last of the under-19 women's single scull Division 3. And our next race will be the under-21 women's single scull. Again over 2,000 metres.
On the left side of the screen, you can see Adelaide Rowing Club rower Madison Cook Palm over in lane 7, coached by Ron Mobbs. And then next to her, just to her right, is Torrens rower Kiana Baines, coached once again by Izzy Day. She's in lane 6.
And at this stage, Madison Cook Palm from Adelaide has a significant advantage as they pass the 1,000 metre mark over the Torrens rower, Kiana. Next, and probably making quite a good race of it, is Victoria Binns from Loretto Marriotteville. Again, those distinguishing black oars. And on the right of screen, we have from Adelaide University. Oh, there's been a bit of a shipwreck there, and there's and Victoria has lost one of her oars, and she's reaching over now. She's in some danger of flipping because it is the oar that keeps the boat upright. And she's got the oar back now, so she's not going to capsize, but she's had a quick look around to see where Sophie Tucker, who she was alongside, but Sophie, of course, from Adelaide University here in lane 3 has pushed through and taken advantage, and is indeed neck and neck with Kiana Baines from Torrens on the left of your screen. So that's a bit of an upset there for Victoria, and she will have great difficulty in making that up. So who's winning in the race? Well, it's difficult because of the angles to say exactly who, but the Sophie Tucker here in the front of screen, or nearest the camera, is probably fighting it out with Kiana Baines over there in lane 6. Oh no, as the angle comes into play, we can see that it's clearly Sophie Tucker with a comfortable lead there. Sophie Tickner from Adelaide University, who is just going to come down comfortably to the end, to the finish. You see the red buoys appear, and that is a signal to the sculler, who is totally concentrated on everything that's happening in the boat. But you'll see those red buoys and know that she's only 20 strokes or so from the finish.
Over in lane 7, you can see Adelaide rower Madison Cook Palm still rowing strongly, but it's unlikely that she'll catch Sophie Tickner from Adelaide Uni in lane 3.
Yes, you can see that. Sophie is just comfortable now. She hasn't raised the rating. She's still pushing, and the boat run, the run on a boat, the sliding through the water smoothly, is quite good, and she'll come down comfortably to the line. And she crosses the line now. It's a bit of a race on here between.
Victoria's done well to make up that ground.
Hasn't she indeed? And look at her putting in the front of your screen nearest the camera.
It's an unbelievable row. She's going to take out second place with that row.
After that shipwreck that she had earlier when she lost an oar, to make up that ground is a very, very meritorious feat.
And here comes Kiana Bangs in lane 6, rowing for Torrens. Really impressed with Victoria there. That's incredible.
Oh, that was a remarkable achievement. She lost a number of strokes. Every stroke adds distance, and to get her oar back and then to make up the distance, a very, very determined row. Most creditable to her, one to watch, I think.
Definitely. Next race we're watching is race 5, the Open Women's Single Scull, another 2,000 metre race. And over in lane 6 you can see Arabella Baum from Adelaide Uni. Next to her is Karis Jones, also from Adelaide Uni. Not much between them, and then slightly in front of them is Sophia Neri from Adelaide Rowing Club, and another Adelaide Uni rower, Joanne Malcolm, in lane 3. So 3 representatives from Adelaide Uni in this race.
And they seem to be, when the camera was wide and we could see them all, they seem to be making a good race of it. More experienced, of course, in the Open Women's Single Scull, again over 2,000 metres, and they are now coming up towards the 1,000 metre mark, about halfway through the race. And you can see, looking at the screen from left to right, that it's a race. It's a race, and any 4 of these scullers could win this. They're all in a position to take the lead. However, at this stage, about halfway through, I think I would say that Sophia from the Adelaide Rowing Club is in the lead, but as you look at your screen now, on the right is Sophia, and she just does seem to have an advantage. She's being well pushed by Jo Malcolm in lane 3. That's Jo now in the middle of the screen, a stalwart of rowing South Australia, and she's pushing through very powerfully.
And what a great job Jo and Rowing SA do of organising these regattas. It can't be an easy thing to do, putting all this program together. And apparently when this regatta was first organised, there were 1,000 athletes in it. I think it's cut back very slightly, but it's still a very big regatta, this one.
Yes, considerable organisation to get it all together. We have the umpires and the safety boats, and each of the clubs organising, and the schools. It's a big thing.
This is a nice close race too.
Yes, but I think Jo Malcolm here in lane 3 has pushed past the Adelaide sculler Sophia Neri, and leaving the other 2 university rowers back a little. So
it's good when we can get them all in on one screen, isn't it?
Yes. Well, as they get closer, because it's a good race and they're reasonably together, then that can happen.
Jo's really taking that lead now.
We have a thunderous noise in your broadcast. It's probably from an outside microphone with the wind just asserting itself. So Jo's pushing down to the line. We're into the red buoys. There's the first of them. 20 strokes or so to go, and you can see the powerful leg push as she just comes through and dominates the race to take it down to the line. Well done, Joanne Malcolm. Yes, she just comes to the line and easing off a little with the distance she has.
Here's Adelaide rower Sophia Neri just coming in now. Another strong row.
And it's a bit...
Looks like Karis Jones in lane 5 and Arabella Baum in lane 6, both from Adelaide Uni.
Already underway is race 6, the under-19 women's coxless pair. This is a race that started down at the 2,000 metre mark and will use the full course. And the coxless, the pair is the most difficult of all of the rowing boats to manage. It is for the highly skilled oars, and we have well, it's not our program, right? They seem to have run the under-19 women's coxless pair and the open women's coxless pair together. There will be three pairs from the under-19 and 4 pairs from the open pair. So the difference between these are pairs. You'll notice as you look at your screen that each oar person has only 1 oar each, if that makes sense. So each person has only 1 oar, and the balance that's required and the coordination that's required is extreme. And you'll see that the waves and the cross following crosswind is making it balance quite difficult for some of these crews. It's quite easy to take a tumble out of these boats. So. And you can see, second from the right screen, they're struggling just a little with the conditions, and that speaks to the skill of crews that are managing it well. The level of skill required is quite high.
So as with any rowing, timing is absolutely crucial, particularly in a pair. You need to be getting those oars into the water at the same time. Otherwise, you just become unbalanced. And there is a bit of a crosswind now. It's picked up a little bit since we started, so that'll be telling as well.
What a beautiful scene, though. I mean, it doesn't quite bring a tear to your eye, but Westlake's course is probably the most beautiful in Australia.
So it looks like we've got Adelaide Uni in lane 8. Alacock, Tunney and Sophie Radford. In lane 7, there's an Adelaide Rowing Club crew, Erica Webb and Mika Webb. And if we pan out, we should be able to see some of the other crews. Obviously, it's a combined race, which helps get through the program a bit more quickly. So we've got Port Adelaide rowers in lane 6, Susie Ross and Simone Ellis. Then Adelaide Uni, Jemima Richter and Cleo Wilson in lane 5. And back into the under-19s, we've got in lane 3, St Peters, Claire Romaniak and Miller Barai.
Yes, and they're doing a very good job for under-19s, Claire Romaniak and Miller Barai. And so they have some of the next to them, right in the middle of your screen, the Adelaide University. They are open, but the under-19s are doing a good job against them. And actually, as we come to the line, it would appear to me that in the front of your screen now, coming home, will be the under-19 St Peters girls, I think.
Rowing beautifully.
Yes, they are rowing beautifully. And that's quite a thing for the under-19 to beat the opens.
And then we've got the Adelaide crew in lane 7, Erica Webb and Mika Webb, followed by Port Adelaide, Susie Ross and Simone Ellis, I think.
Yes, that would. And you can see that the sunlight on the water, the sun over there in the east shining into the camera is making it very difficult.
That's Susie and Simone just there.
Yes, we apologise for not getting that right. It's very difficult to pick out on the screen with that. just at the end of the race. Approaching the midpoint of the race right now is the under-19 men's double scull. I wish that seagull would go away.
We might have another blended race here. It looks like we've got a Torrens crew in lane 8, Callum Deckers and Sam Button, coached by Ash Fitch. So that's the open men's double scull. It looks like they might have combined race 8 and 9 here.
Yes, they have.
Yeah, that's definitely Callum and Sam.
And you'll see the difference between this race and the last. The previous race immediately, each person had 1 oar. This is a double scull, and each person has 2 oars. So quite a different boat to row, definitely requiring some different skills. The angle makes it quite difficult to call here, but I would have said that it appears as though the Torrens crew on the far side of the course is in front of us. But on your screen, straight in front of us, we have 2 Port Adelaide crews.
There's a siren happening now. We've got it all happening. We've got Zach Martin Petty and Peter Clements in lane 6 on the left side, and then Martin King and Charles Watkinson in lane 5 for Port Adelaide, and then just next to them James Ritosa and Hugo Worm from St Peter's College,
who seem to be pushing through very well, but having a bit of a battle there with the Scotch College crew of Daniel Wiersema and Jaden Pereira here in lane 3. So it's a good race. A number of these crews are there pushing through and seeing where they are. Now the angle would suggest that the Torrens crew on the far side is leading, but that's not Torrens on the left of your screen.
We've got Adelaide Uni in view now, Oscar Moore and Charlie Moore rowing in lane 7. There's often a little tricky section here where the wind crosses through the channel and it can upset the boat a little bit. So.
Yes, it's quite a bit of open water, and it allows the waves to build up a little more. But that crew there from Adelaide Uni of Oscar Moore and Charlie, 2 brothers presumably, will be actually chasing the Torrens crew here, which is well out in front at this stage. Callum Deckers and Sam Button, coached by Ashley Fitch, are definitely going to be able to push through here. Now probably given the waves and the wind slightly across the shore, theirs is probably the unfavoured side of the course, if I could say that, where the waves will be a little higher. Whoops, a bit of a shipwreck there. They're not finished. They'll pick it up quickly, and they're showing good skill and handling the conditions as well. So, and there's the finish line as they cross it. And almost certainly chasing them, but somewhat back, will be the Adelaide University crew.
Oscar Moore and Charlie Moore.
But there's a race for it too. As you can see, that was quite close, but I think Oscar and Charlie just held out the opposition there.
coming into some 1,000-metre races, so you'll notice the start line is halfway up the course. We've got race 10, the schoolgirl year 8-9 Cox Quad Skull.
I don't think that's as underway yet. With this crosswind, the starter and the aligner will have a little difficulty in getting the boats aligned for a fair start. The wind tends to push the boat out of its lane, and these schoolgirl year 8-9 students are not very experienced in the managing of the starts. So there's a little bit of business before they get going, but the organisers on the water, the starters and the liners are doing a very good job, because we're a couple of minutes ahead of time, so they have a little while to get it organised.
Quite a challenge to hold your boat in these conditions while waiting for the race to start, and of course the start is critical.
Yes, very important start, and a very exciting part of a race too. On the left-hand side of your screen, as you look at it, you have the Scotch College crew with looks like some addition from Adelaide. On their right, we'll have the Walford Anglican girls, and next coming across should be and will be Seymour, and on the right of your screen, coming up there now, and just getting ready for the start, will be the Pembroke School. If you look at your there, you'll see that they're not off yet. Their oars are still just doing small movements to keep the boat exactly where the starter wants it. Right of screen is in fact the Walford crew looking ready, and to the left of your screen is the Seymour College crew.
So it looks like Pembroke might not be there for this one.
Yes. Yes, that's Walford on the right. On the left of screen is Scotch. Walford next to them. Is that?
There's another crew just hanging out the back there, so.
No, they're off.
They're off. Okay,
it's a race in 4, so somebody didn't make it to the one crew hasn't made it to the start.
Looks like Scotch College are having some alignment issues there, which they've now corrected, so
yes.
They're in their lane.
Yes, getting things started for these young crews is quite difficult, but they go about it with an enthusiasm that is absolutely wonderful to see. So only half of the course being used in this race, as it is a very young. They are very young crews.
So just to run through the crews, in the Scotch College crew, we've got Sasha Levinson, Cassie O'Connor, Lola Robinson, Poppy Burkett, and the cox is Lulu Teat. Coach is Alex Fotheringham. Then in the next lane, lane 6, we've got Walford, who appear to have a bit of a lead at the moment. Lily Ty, Elizabeth Waddy, Olivia Christensen, Mia Spears, Shani Keane is the cox, and the coach is Sophie Tickner, who we just saw row. Lane 5, we've got Seymour, Zara Schiller, Sienna Killick, Connie Ryan, Sophie March, Chelsea Cooper is the cox, and coached by Eliza Whetstone.
So there's a bit of an upset there on these crew, second from right on your screen, and yeah, the conditions have found them out for the moment. They'll need to turn their boat and get back into this race. But meanwhile, the crew meet at the bottom of your screen. They're not mucking around. They're taking every advantage of somebody else's misfortune.
So you're looking at Walford there, Scarlett Brammy, Renee Scarpin, Georgina Raff, Eliza Rayner, Grace Schultz is the cox, and coached by Lucy Flood.
And the Pembroke crew has had several small upsets, but they're trying to settle down now and get going. You'll notice too that each of these boats has a cox. These young crews, in the seniors, they do not have coxes for races, but for these crews in the year 8 and 9, there's a cox sitting in the back of the boat, helping them with steering and instructions and making it work more easily for them. But as they come up now to the 500-metre mark, it's fairly clear that the Walford Anglican crew in lane 6 on the left of your screen has handled the conditions better and is pushing through to have a lead at this stage. But you can see the waves, and the waves are really having an effect on these crews, and the conditions are challenging for young oars, and you'll see that the occasional loss of rhythm in a crew, and the better crews, of course, a little more skill, they can handle it. But it looks like Walford is doing quite well there in lane 6.
The other Walford crew there look like they're in, might be a bit of a race for second and third between Walford and Scotch, and then bringing up the rear you've got the Pembroke crew, Bin Bin Zhang, Brigitte Rollison, Tiffany Buchan, Natalia Shizas, Genevieve Glovas is the cox, and coached by Amelia Adams.
The determination of these crews, they've trained for this, and they throw everything into it. It's wonderful to see. So it is a race, and it looks
a race for second.
Yes.
Walford crew look like they might take out first and second in this race.
So on your screen, you can see the Walford crew over there in lane 6. They have handled the conditions better than the others, and they're pushing through and will finish in a few strokes. Doing a good job there. Conditions are with the conditions. It's really good to see. And yes, it will be. And we've got a bit of an upset. You'll see the Walford girl there in the 2-seat, second from the bow, has lost her left-hand oar, and but nevertheless they'll be able to go across the line into second place.
This is the Scotch crew coming in now in lane 7, Sasha Levinson in stroke there, and then the Pembroke crew, who made a pretty good recovery considering their mishap earlier on in the race.
Of those in that race, the first and second will go to the final. So
it's Walford and Walford.
Well, so the 2 Walford crews will go to the D final, and the 3, 4 and 5 will go to the E final. And again, they are lining up for Heat 2 of the Year 8-9 Cox Quad Scull. And you can see that they're not racing yet, but the oars are doing work as they get them there at the 1,000-metre mark to get aligned in their lane, straight and ready to go.
So with these girls, it looks like we've got the Walford crew in lane 7 on the left of your screen. Then I think we move across to Pembroke. just coming across aligning into their lanes at the moment. They have started the race. And there we go. Now they're in their lanes. So,
and again in this race, the first and second crews across the line will go to the D final. That is race 31 later in the day, and the third, fourth, and fifth, although they're third and fourth because fifth appears not to have arrived at the start. Third, fourth, and fifth will go to the E grade final, race 30. It's looked like this is quite a good race. Nobody has an obvious advantage that we can see here, but the angle is difficult. It could be that on the left-hand side of your screen, the Walford Anglican 5 may have just pushed a little ahead. This is a very good race. The angle makes it very, very difficult to say who's in front. It might appear that on the right hand, Seymour in lane 3 is perhaps back a little. And it might be that Walford on the left of your screen is leading, but it's hard. It could be also that Walford Anglican in lane 4, second from the right on your screen, is next. They're going very, very well between them. Pembroke now, and Pembroke next to the Walford 6 crew is doing a good job of battling it out there. But I'm still calling Walford Anglican over there now in the middle of your screen as the crew which is in the lead at this stage. They look comfortably handling the conditions. Get a good look at their coxswain there. Their coxswain will be having a few words to say.
So in that crew we've got Emily Weir, Zara Hutchinson, Diana Lawrence, Elsie Johnson and Zoe Wyman is coxing. Coaches are Anushka Reynolds and Ella Connell.
Now in your screen you can see the colours there. On the top of the screen you have the Pembroke crew, but at the Walford crew on the bottom of your screen would seem to be in front of them. Now note the waves and note what the boats are rocking a bit, and it's making it quite difficult, but the girls are handling it quite well. They're getting their oars in and out of the water. But you can see that it's difficult. It's not easy for these crews under these conditions. They're doing very well.
So the crew you're looking at there for Walford is Mia Penhall, Rosie McMahon, Saskia Reynolds, Annabelle Cameen, and the cox is Ella Dean, coached by Jessica Carlson-Jones. In the Pembroke crew, you've got Adelaide Mellor, Evelyn King, Coco Diamond, Lulu Eichmere, Angus Townsend is coxing, and the coach is Lucy Angus.
Now there's been a little bit of a change here. There must have been an upset in the far side in Walford Anglican 5, because Walford Anglican 6 has pushed through them, and Walford Anglican 5 at the top of the screen is gathering itself together and catching up. But no, it's going to be Walford Anglican 6 here who've taken full advantage and pushed through, and they're going to go down to the line now. Comfortable winners, we think. And there they are crossing the line now. And after the upset on the far side, and coming second will be the other Walford crew, and third pushing through will be Pembroke.
And there are 6 heats in this schoolgirl year 8-9 Cox Quad Scull, so lots of rowers in all these schools, which is great to see. And as Kevin mentioned, depending on where they come in this race, they then go through to a final, whether it's an A final, B, or a different grade.
And to get through all of these heats, they are pushing. They've already started, and in fact, more than halfway through the next race.
Looks like Loretto are fairly comfortably in front at the moment.
That'll be from lane 3, right in the middle of your screen now, and they are doing a good job.
You'll notice in this one there's a bow cox.
So yes, so in fact, Kate, that there's a person laying down in the bow of the boat. You can just see their head sticking up.
See the mouth moving.
And yelling instructions at their crew as to where they are and how the others are going and what they should be doing and so forth. Now you see the red buoys appear immediately on the screen. The colour change there of the buoys saying 250 metres to go. And this is a very distinctive rowing method here. You'll notice that at the end of the stroke, they always stop at the body. And they are using that technique to make sure that they are together at the finish of the stroke, and it's been very effective in this case.
For them.
Yes.
And the bow cox, the cox being low in the bow like that, a good cox will feel what's wrong in the boat and be able to correct it.
So interesting style there, and quite different from what we've seen from other crews. They are going to win. Loretto is going to win comfortably, but a good race for second and third. I have got on the top of your screen the Walford crew ahead of the Wilderness crew here on the bottom of your screen. Again, we're having a little trouble distinguishing the colours of the crews, but
need that sun to go up a little bit more and get the glare off the water for us. So the one we're watching now is race 13. This is the 4th heat in the Schoolgirl 8-9 Cox Quad Scull.
Again, first and second will go to the A final, and third and fourth will go to the B final. Now what's happening is they have been screening these crews, and so each of these heats has been from the less preferred school crews within their school up to the preferred school. So the earlier heats went through to D and E grade finals. There's right in the middle of your screen, there's been an upset, and that crew will need to gather itself and get going again.
It looks like it might be Pembroke in that lane.
Yes, I think that's a fair call, Kate. I think the Pembroke crew has possibly had a breakage, because you would usually expect them to have sorted their oars out by now.
So it looks like we've got St Peter's girls in lane 7 rowing well. Sophie Upton, Olivia Oakes, Matilda Powell, Alvi Illy and Francine Stavru is coxing. The coach is Rachel Kameniar.
Even allowing for the angle, I think they probably are in front at this stage. But on their right, we have Unley High School who are challenging them. They're not having it all their own. You'll notice the Unley High School coxswain has head and shoulders up in their prone position in the forward capsule there of this boat. It's good to see the high schools out on the water doing their thing for the public school system. So, and coming into your screen now on the right hand side will be the well, it's going to be that'll be the Nord Moriata crew, yes. I was just having a little trouble distinguishing. So from the left of screen we have St Peter's Girls, Unley High, Norwood High School, and they seem to be making a good race of it. St Peter's probably have a small lead over Unley, and Norwood has dropped back a bit in the later stages of the race. You can see, as you look at your screen, the boys at the bottom there are red. The crews haven't quite got to the red boys yet, but they will be in a few more strokes. So Unley is still challenging St. Peter's, and doing it quite confidently. They're rowing quite well at this stage.
It's as though St. Peter's might hold it.
Yes, and there's probably overlap between the two boats, not clear water. But Unley's raised their rating. You can see they're making a determined push for it, but it's a lot of distance and a little loss of style there in the St. Peter's girls. It's going to be close because Unley is doing a little better at this stage, but there won't be enough distance. It's down to a canvas, just the front section of the boat between the two boats, maybe 1.5 meters, and it's going to be St. Peter's girls, Unley High second to go through to the A final.
What a great row by Unley. And then we've got Norwood Morialta coming through.
Yes,
once again that glare is playing havoc.
It's difficult to see. Yes. Okay, so
now we're up to heat 5 in the schoolgirl 8-9 Cox Quad Scull. So great to see all these young rowers coming through in great numbers. On the far side in lane 7 you've got Scotch College, and then next to them in lane 6 is Wilderness, and then we've got Walford.
Yes.
Pembroke. Seymour is in lane 3, and Saints girls to the far right in lane 2. So at the moment it looks like the Scotch College crew are rowing strongly. We've got Emily Smith, Alex Dillon, Poppy Schultz, Lucy Seppel, Tess Whiteman is the cox, and the coach is Lucy Hammond.
Yes, the angle, it can be deceptive, but the three crews in the middle of your screen are neck and neck, and they are determined. Who's going to be second in this race is probably more interesting than who's going to be first, because first and second go through to the A final, and the Scotch College crew here in your screen right now, they are quite comfortable and doing quite well. And I think the conditions have calmed a little. Would you say that?
Just looking at the flags outside, the wind has...
So we have a shipwreck on the... No, there's been a problem. Well, actually, they're not in the race. No, that's not them. It's the Scotch College crew now in the yellow suits and caps that are coming through. They will be the winners of this race. The other crew is difficult to say. So Scotch College will come through first, and they're looking doing quite well.
Let's see who's fighting it out for second, because it was quite close between Walford, Pembroke and Seymour. Let's see how we've gone.
And it looks as though Seymour has pushed through. Hard to say.
Now we're watching race 15. This is heat 6 of the schoolgirl year 8-9 Cox Quad Scull. This is the last heat. We've got Wilderness in lane 8.
On your left of your screen.
And then
Pembroke, Unley High, St. Peter's Girls, Scotch, Seymour, and on the far right of your screen, Walford Anglican Crew 3.
that wind has definitely dropped, which will be helping these crews.
Although you can hear it, I think, on the broadcast that in the outside microphone, just doing a little bit of thundering there. This is quite a good race, Kate. They're spread out right across the course, but there our camera is zeroing in on the far side on the Wilderness School. You can see there was an upset there in the crew, and they've got it back together. They quickly recover and get things rolling again. You notice they're also coping with a little bit of wake there from the boat. Oh, there's the Pembroke School in the green and gold, pushing through there. And coming then on the right of your screen now is Unley High School. These crews, the first and second, will go to the A final, so there's a bit of interest in that. And the yellow suits and caps here in the foreground is, of course, Scotch College, and above them
St. Peter's.
Is, of course, St. Peter's Girls with that diagonally blue stripe across their white rowing suits. And here,
Seymour.
there's a Seymour crew now in your screen. They're rowing really well at this stage. They seem to have a good confidence and togetherness. You'll notice their oars together, and right across in the right-hand lane, in lane 1, of course, Walford Anglican, and you can have a look at their oars and see if you think they're together, and they're doing pretty well. And we have no idea that they're now with about 350 metres to go. They'll be getting to the red buoys soon, but it looks like it's Walford on the left of screen. Well, now, and Wilderness.
It's pretty close, this one, between
yes.
Wilderness, Scotch and Pembroke.
I'm giving it to Scotch being ahead at this stage, actually. They're on the bottom of your screen at the moment. Above them immediately is Walford, and on the far side is Wilderness. But I think Scotch are going to push through unless there's an error.
Yeah, rowing really well. Their timing's excellent. They're looking very relaxed. Can't see them going too wrong from here.
It'll be Scotch College coming across first in this heat 6 and last heat of the 8-9 Cox Quad schoolgirl
So
racing.
Seymour in second there, was it?
Yes, I think it was Seymour in second. And third and fourth will go to the B final. Well, that was a good race, Kate. That was anybody's race up to about halfway. The next set of 5 races will be schoolboys year 8-9 Cox Quad Scull, and just as with the schoolgirls racing, it'll be first and second go into a final, and third and fourth go into another final, a lesser final. There'll be a moment or two before the start of this race.
Just looking at the screen there, it looks like we've got the St. Peter's College 7 in lane 8. Then we think we're jumping across to Norwood Morialta in lane 7-5.
Yes,
They might still be arranging crews here, I think. They've got 5 St. Peter's College crews in this race.
Yeah,
sorry, 4.
Yes, I can see there's some difficulty lining them up for the start. The crosswind is having an effect. And these are year 8, 9 crews, young, and they have some experience of racing already, but they're not seasoned hands. So on your screen, it does look like St. Peter's on the left. Next across towards the right would be Norwood Morialta, another St. Peter's crew, I think. Another 2 St. Peter's crews, and then the Scotch on the right of your screen with the very distinguishable golden colours. Yes, I can only see 5 crews, although there's another one coming across now.
That's the Pembroke crew coming in now, I think, to
yes,
line up.
I think you're right,
Into
Kate.
lane 7.
And this late arrival at the start will not be pleasing, not be pleasing to the aligners and the starters, and they'll have probably had a stern word.
You can just see other crews making their way up to the start now on the bottom right of the screen. And you do have to factor in the time it takes to get up there. And if you've got a headwind, which they don't really have today, but you do need to factor that in, and you need to make sure you get to your race on time. Otherwise, you're not popular.
And also, these races are occurring every 5 minutes. There's no time for hold-ups.
And you can be disqualified.
Yes, if you're too late, they will just say, no, you're disqualified, and you're not racing. Make your way off the course.
We still look to only have 5 crews in this race. The Pembroke one's sitting well back.
Yes, some of the crews behind the start will be for the next race, ready to come up into the starters' hands. But yes, it looks like 5 crews. St. Peter's on the left, Norwood Morialta, St. Peter's again, St. Peter's again, and on the right-hand side, Scotch in lane 2.
And they're racing? No, still not.
But they're still right on time. They may be 30 seconds late with the program, which is due to start at 9:40. And so the organisation is doing a great job at this stage of keeping the program right on time. Well done. They look like they're ready for a start. They'll be getting instructions at this stage. A light touch forward, Scotch. Check your boat, St. Peter's, and they're off.
Just trying to get straight in their lanes there, some of them.
Yes, I think the Norwood Morialta crew has had to do a little realigning.
And that'll slow them down a little bit at the start there.
Yes.
Scotch pulling out strongly. Saints in lane 6 pulling out strongly.
Yes. I think St. Peter's in lane 4 is doing very well at this stage. They are 3rd from the right on your screen.
So that crew there is made up of Joshua Tui, Hamish Porter, Harrison Gray, Zach Hoberg, and the Cox is Oscar Worm. Going well in lane 6 as well, St. Peter's, Thomas Parkinson, Harvey Ledger, Joshua Ledger, and Joseph Giradini. Cox is William Koo.
It's a really nice picture in your screen at the moment of those two crews. You get a comparison between the togetherness and the timing and the synchronization of the individual crews. And the St. Peter's crew is rating quite high, and they are also quite together.
So here you can see the Norwood Morialta crew on your left, and next to them St. Peter's College 10, and then to the right St. Peter's College 13.
And the yellow oars of Scotch pushing through there in lane 2. It's really nice to watch these crews. You can't really tell who's in front exactly of the crews now, because you'll see the heads looking sideways from time to time, and they've got they have a Cox urging them on as well. Look, I think it's Scotch coming through in lane 2. I think they're really leading at this stage. They're coming up to the 500-metre mark, about halfway through the race now, and it's going to be, I think, Scotch on this side, and who's that on the? Oh, wait a minute. There's a crew to the left of our screen. Yes, the St. Peter's College crew in that'll be in lane 6. That'll be Thomas Parkinson, Harvey Ledger, Joshua Ledger, Joseph Giardini, and Cox by William Koo.
Way out in front there.
Yes. So they will go through to the C final. I think we're getting something of the Cox's calls there. Keep the power. Did I hear? Just in the background.
We can hear them.
Kate and I can just pick up a little bit of what the coxswain is saying. And the coxswains get very, very excited in these races. So it'll be that crew, St. Peter's College. Which one is it, Kate? 4, yes.
In lane 6, doing really well. These boys are fairly new to rowing, being in year 8 and 9, so still very much in the learning phase.
And it is Scotch here that has given them a bit of a challenge, but I think about a length in it. So those two crews, St. Peter's College 4 and Scotch College, will go through into the C final.
That's an interesting picture on the screen there. If you just look at the timing between those two crews, the crew on the left have really got their timing together well. The one on the right struggling just a little bit.
Yes.
On the odd stroke.
Yes. Both St. Peter's College crews, of course. And here's Norwood Morialta. They're looking together at this stage, but I don't know. 3rd and 4th. I don't think that they will be going through to the finals, although they're doing quite well.
This is the Pembroke crew coming along now in lane 7.
And I think that brings the field up.
The race coming down now is race 17. It's heat 2 of the schoolboy year 8-9 Cox Quad Sculls. We should have 7 in this race. We've got St. Peter's College far out on lane 8 on your left, and then Pembroke further back in lane 7. Prince Alfred College look to be rowing strongly in year 6 lane 6.
Yes, that's Prince Alfred's now in the centre of screen, and they seem to have pushed through the other crews. So Prince Alfred's probably leading at this stage.
So we've got Asger Abraham, William Holland, Toby Merrigan, Sam He, and the Cox is Hugo El-Khoury, coached by Thomas Merrigan.
The other crew in your screen is the St. Peter's College crew, 6, but in the more immediate foreground, It's, I'm having trouble calling it here.
I think that might be the St. Peter's College 3 crew challenging PAC there.
Yes, okay. The first and second go through to the C final, and they will be St. Peter's College have raised their rating and they're pushing through at Prince Alfred's, that old rivalry, but I don't think they're going to get there, despite great speed at the end. I think it will be
That was an excellent challenge.
Prince's first, yes, an excellent. St. Peter's second. St. Peter's College 3 crew second, and it'll be...
So we've got another St. Peter's crew on the screen at the moment.
And they'll be third. Yeah, which one do you
like
think?
Looks like the St. Peter's 9, I think, in lane 5.
Yes.
And then St. Peter's College 6 on the screen now. Then this looks like St. Peter's College 12. So that finishes, oh, no, Pembroke in lane 7, just finishing this race now.
The next race will be the schoolboys Year 8-9 Cox Quad Skull Heat 3. Again, first and second in this race will go to the C final, third and fourth to the D final, 5 and 6 to the E final, and 7 and 8 to the F final.
Looks like they're off. We've got St. Peter's College on the left of the screen in lane 8, Scotch College in lane 7, St. Peter's in lane 6, Unley High in the middle there, just near the umpire's boat, St. Peter's College in lane 4, PAC, Prince Alfred College in lane 3, and Pembroke in lane 2, and there might be another one in lane 1 to the right of screen, perhaps not there, another St. Peter's College.
And our screen is focusing in on the St. Peter's College 5, Ben Northcote, Harry Burns, William White, Stellan Stolman, Jake Richardson, the Cox. They're doing quite well. You can see the synchronisation of the oars are quite comfortable and commanding rowing there.
They'll be getting a little bit of wake from that umpire's boat shortly.
And they'll be watching very carefully where Scotch College is alongside of them.
So and here you've got Oscar Dwyer, Flynn Doyle, Matthew Spark and Hayden Colin. The Cox is Eddie Hunt and the coach is Jake Burgess.
Okay, this will be St. Peter's College 14, Oliver Nugent, Charlie Roger, Hunter Ingham, William Colborne, and Cox is Lawson Jones. I'm just trying to look at the conditions. I think the waves have improved a bit, a little less lumpy than they were at the start of the day, Kate.
I think you're right. You see Unley High there, Angus Hooper, Angus Britcher, Oscar Mullins, Austin Jacob, and the Cox is Cameron Murphy. And then the Prince Alfred College crew in lane 3, Ned Davies, Arjun Dosanjh, Jasper Hill, Isaac Evans, and Jack Stunnell is coxing.
You can see the Pembroke school now. They're in lane 3. Christos Leonardos, Alex Lewis, Vijay Vigneswaran, Angus Townsend, Paolo Waite, and as their Cox, and coaches Harry Wise. You see the steering problem they have there, so they just realigning themselves to get into their lanes. So at the front of the race, it looks as though St. Peter's and Scotch on your screen now. Prince Alfred's were, we felt, early leaders or doing well. So there's it's a race in 3. St. Peter's with a third of a boat length, but Princess pushing through hard, and it may be that Princess is just going to have their late run and get there. What do you think, Kate?
Yeah, I think their timing's looking good. Nice long strokes.
Yes.
Not a problem for
And
them.
when you're calling the race, the angle makes it very difficult. So that was
St. Peter's College 8 in 2nd place and Scotch College Adelaide 4 in 3rd place.
that's the only crew coming there, I think.
Yeah.
And on the far side, St. Peter's coming through to the finish.
So Scotch and Unley will go through to the D final, and Prince Alfred College and St. Peter's 8 will go through to the C final. We're watching race 19, heat 4 of the Schoolboy 8-9 Cox Quad Scull. Got St. Peter's over in the far lane, lane 8, just on the screen. And then Pembroke, in lane 7, St. Ignatius a bit further back. And then you can just pick out Norwood Morialta in the white tops and Scotch College in the yellow.
And after that, pushing. Sorry, yeah. So as to who's winning at this stage, it's very difficult to say. But these Year 8-9 very enthusiastic. But you see the stroke of that crew looking around to see where the other crews are, and this is not always the best of practices. They've got a coxswain for that. But Princes in the foreground of your screen are looking very good at this stage, very together, and they've good conditions over on that side of the course. And even they are having a bit of a look around at times too, but they're not distracted. And you can see that they're a very together crew. Look at them going.
That's Sam Stunnell, Louis Dawson, Charles Seamat, Eddie Chappell, coxed by Alex Hamoud.
The surname
coached by Amanda Tidswell.
The surname Stunnell is a very well-known name in South Australia rowing. So it looks like Princes are probably in the lead, and Scotch and St. Peter's here on your screen are battling it out. That'll be the Scotch College 2 and the St. Peter's College 1. They are just finished.
Scotch might have taken that second place, I think. But the first 4 go through to the A final in this one.
And 5, 6, 7 and 8 to the B final. So all of these crews are not finished with this event yet. So they'll all be in the A or B final.
That was the last race in the Schoolboy 8-9 Cox Quad Scull, the last heat. So we're now, oh no, there's one more, my apologies. Heat 5 in the Schoolboy 8-9 Cox Quad Scull is the next race.
There's a couple of minutes to the start of this race, due at 10 o'clock. But you can see that the aligners have got them in their lanes and ready to go.
You can see Prince Alfred College to your left in lane 8, just pick out the red. Pembroke School in lane 7. Then you've got Norwood Morialta in the white. And I think across to St. Ignatius,
yes,
just near the umpire's boat with the red oars.
Yes.
And
yes.
then Unley High to the right of the umpire's boat, and then Scotch College in their lovely yellow, always easy to pick out, helps us a lot. And St Peter's College on the right of screen, waiting for the race to start. You'll see the flag go up on the umpire's boat.
Yes, watch the umpire's boat carefully and look for that white flag. And that white flag also signals to the timers up here at the finish of the race. They're also focused on that boat, so that all of the stopwatches will go as soon as they see that flag. Meanwhile, the crews are sitting there tense and ready to let the and they're off. I must say, Kate, we're seeing a large number of St Peter's College crews there, and I think this is the basis for their strength later on in senior rowing. They start for so many rowers in the younger grades that the competition between them for crews and that sort of thing gives them a good basis to select from later on as they all mature.
It's great to see the high schools like Unley High and Norwood Morialta getting in there too. They've always got smaller numbers, but they do a great job, and it's so good to see them competing. So we're watching the Prince Alfred College crew in lane 8, Hugh Dunn, Archie Underwood, Charles Wandenberg, Hugo Knight, and the cox is Zach McRoe, and the coach is Richard Hamoud.
As we come across, we're picking up the Pembroke crew there. Trent Rollison, Alex Painter, Spiridon Spiliopoulos, Stuart Watts, and coxed by George Marks. And as the camera widens out...
Unley High rowing a good race here. Jack Wilkin, Patrick Lee, Nate Lesu, Bailey Hancock, coxed by Caitlin Donlan, and Scotch College there as well, you can see in lane 2.
Scotch College is Harry Comerford, Perry Clayton, Oscar Kittle, Lee Wingard, and their cox is Tom Wright. They're at the 500-metre mark, or just coming up to it. No, they're pretty well there. And right over on just off the left of screen is the Prince Alfred College crew that have pushed through pretty well. But I'm looking at the crews that might be challenging them in the middle of the course. Who is that?
Unley. Norwood Morialta having a great row there.
Right, yes.
In lane 6.
Very good. It's always
Scotch.
you always have to keep your eye on the right of screen in the lanes 1, 2, and 3, because when the angle changes, they come up very quickly. But even so, I think it is probably Prince Alfred on the far side, on the left of screen. Not quite sure who that is in the middle.
That's Norwood Morialta.
Yes, the Prince Alfred crew is looking confident, and it'll be interesting to see when they get closer and the camera pulls back with a Scotch College over here in lane 2 is close to them or not. And as I speak, we're starting to see there's only a few strokes to go, and Scotch is looking like it might have got through the Prince Alfred's crew. I don't know.
It does look like it.
Yes, it does, and I think they will come home. So Scotch College first, Prince Alfred College second.
And Unley third.
Third will be, that's the Unley High School crew there. That's Jack Wilkin, Patrick Lee, Nate Lesu, Bailey Hancock, and Caitlin Donlan, their coach.
And then St Peter's just came in 4th, so those 4 will go through to the A final.
On your screen at the moment, you have the it's Pembroke. Yes, of course it is, and just coming in the last few strokes to the finish, and keeping it all together. So first, second, third and fourth to the A final, fifth, sixth, seventh and eighth go to the B final.
St. Ignatius just coming through on your screen now. So a bit of a change of pace now. We've got race 21, the novice women's Cox Quad Scull 1,000-metre race. We've got, should have 8 crews in this race.
We have 7. Yes, we have 8 crews. Novice is an interesting concept. I'm not quite sure exactly what constitutes a novice, but it has something to do with the number of races that particular individual has been in terms of winning or
I think
positions.
if you've won a race, you can no longer call yourself a novice.
I was a novice for quite a while.
So we've got Wilderness on the far left of screen. Riverside.
Yes.
Then 2 Wilderness crews. Goolwa is just next to the umpire's boat. Norwood Morialta, Wilderness and Torrens Rowing Club on the right of screen, waiting for the race to start.
Again, this is a 1,000-metre race, which is appropriate for novices, but sometimes there are quite some experienced rowers in these crews, and I'm not perfectly sure what constitutes a novice. But it's right on time for the start, so watching as they just aligning them, getting them right. There's a lot of work being done by the people in the umpire's boat, on the aligner, on the bank, looking across to get each of those bow balls that as near as possible in what are fairly mobile situations with wind and the boats. You can't drop an anchor and stop it exactly. So there's a lot of work being done there to keep to get a start fair. Tension in those boats is pretty high at this stage.
We've got 4 Wilderness crews in this race, and they can be fairly easily spotted with those pale tops.
And they're definitely racing now. And again, you'll notice that in like this, a race which is open to novice women, that there will be school students racing against masters rowers and club rowers. So it's an interesting mix of crews, and I'm sure that the school students are in there for experience. Coming up to the head of the river, they'll say, well, there's an opportunity to put some of our crews into a race. And that's probably what's going on right now.
Riverside rowing strongly there in the red.
With the red caps, and alongside to their left.
We've got a mishap with the Wilderness crew in lane 8. They've lost an oar.
So that'll take them a little while to sort that out. But meanwhile, Riverside is pushing on. Their rating is comfortable, their rhythm is good, and they're doing quite well. right in the middle of your screen now, we have Wilderness School 2. They look reasonably together and going quite well. You can see top left of your screen, they're sorting that ore out in the Wilderness 3 crew, and they'll be off again in a moment if nothing's broken. Yes, there they go. Look at that. So they're anxious to get going, and they're straight away. Meanwhile,
got Galway there in the blue, Jackie Woodhead, Tina Wilson, Diana Tebniff and Tracy Marshall. Cox by Steph Wilden.
And immediately above them on screen is the Wilderness 5 crew of Amelia Edmonds, Zara Shahan, Yiji Liu, Amelia Paul, and their Cox Lauren Ferguson. These two crews, on the 3 crews from left to right, will be Norwood Moriarty, Wilderness in the middle, and on the right-hand side in lane 1 is the Torrens crew.
Quite hard to pick those 2 crews apart, isn't it, Kevin?
Yes, Torrens and Wilderness. Wilderness seems to have passed the crew from Norwood Moriarty, who are immediately above them on the screen, and Torrens is pushing through, and it's a bit of a go between the Torrens and the Wilderness to the left.
Galway looking strong, and Riverside out in front there on the left of screen.
Yes, and next to them the rather neat Wilderness 2 crew. So I don't know. It's yes. So we're hard to tell. There's a real race there as they come. Presently, Riverside is holding off Wilderness 2. And Torrens is, Torrens has snuck through there in lane 1, and that's the crew of Mariah Murray, Bree Downs, Woolley, Sophie Butcher, and Kiana Baines.
Crab there.
Yes, a bit of a problem there is that these are novice crews, so perfection is not mandatory, but a mix of skills there, I think.
Conditions are absolutely stunning out there now. The wind's really dropped off. There's no white caps. The water's nice and smooth. No excuses, people.
Yes, because these boats really are designed for flat water. They're not designed for anything more than waves that are 3 inches high. So there's a whole new era of rowing coming up now, Kate, that's called coastal rowing.
Tell me about that, Kevin. I know nothing about it.
Well, I've been looking at the Masters coastal rowing, and they have broader boats, pretty much the same sort of 4s and quads. Well, we better leave that for a little later on, because
we've got race 22, the novice men's Cox quad scull. We've got Prince Alfred College in the far lane, and another Prince Alfred College next to them, and Torrens coming out strongly. Then Port Adelaide a little bit further back, Prince Alfred College 2, and Christian Brothers in the purple at the front of screen.
And I think at this stage I'd definitely be calling Christian Brothers and the Prince Alfred College 1 battling it out for first position. Who is ahead at this stage is hard to say, but I think it's very close, and they should be keeping their eyes in the boat and leaving it to the coxswain. Coxswain's taken an unusual position here in this boat by sitting very, very high in the back of the Christian Brothers boat. But I think the angle again, with a few strokes to go, it'll be Christian Brothers of Lucas Bowden, Hancock, Alex Villaev, and Kaylin McShane first across the line.
Looks like the Torrens crew coming in third there, followed by Port Adelaide.
Novice cruise races are such fun because there's no established order, there's no pre-existing knowledge about the crews. They just it's very open racing.
And the Prince Alfred 4 crew just coming in now to complete that race. Oh, sorry, that was the Prince Alfred 3 crew, and now we've got the Prince Alfred 4 crew coming in. Having a few timing issues there. I think they just want to get to the end. We all know that feeling.
Yeah, so any crew should have emptied the fuel tank by the time they get to the end. So we go now back to a 2,000 metre start, which is underway. The next race is underway, and it's the under-19 women's double scull.
Yes, I saw. Congratulations.
PAC, back it off, we're coming across. PAC, back it off, we're coming across.
Presently, about 500 metres through the 2,000 metre race, we have race 23, the under-19 women's double scull. This is a full house crew. There are 8 lanes on this course, the wonderful West Lakes rowing course in Adelaide, purpose-built last century, and the best rowing course in Australia until Pembroke was built specially for the 2000 Olympics in Sydney. So without calling the race, I'll just do it from the right of screen and go straight across. In lane 1 on the right of screen we have Loretto Marriotteville. Next to them we have the Adelaide Rowing Club. After them it's Murray Bridge, who you see there now in your screen, and they're doing very well. And next to them we have of course the St. Peter's girls in the typical scull. To the right of screen at the moment you have the well, I can't quite pick it, but to the left of screen you now have not Wilderness. Yes, that's
Wilden.
And anyway, sorry, the left of screen now, right over on the side we have Wilderness 1. Next to them, to the right of them is Torrens. That's Loretto Marriotteville, who I missed before. Yes, so Torrens in the screen at the moment, and the camera will probably move across to the right in a moment to give us a look at who's next to them. But Torrens is doing very well, and they are Imogen Graham and Ella Deramore Denver, coached by Izzy Day. Now, on left of screen now, we have the
Loretto crew.
That's right.
That's right, yeah.
Yes.
So it's the Loretto crew with Deanna Massolino and Vicky Binns, and coach is Tom Dornbos.
Of course. And they're going with the St. Peter's Girls 2 crew on the right of your screen, Georgina Wakeham and Chloe Porter. it's difficult to call, unless there's something obvious, it's difficult to call who's in front of whom. But as our camera comes across,
We've got the Murray Bridge crew
Yes.
with Amelia Duval and Daisy Matterford.
yes,
They're just in screen now.
yes, they're in screen and doing very well. And above them on the screen, 1, 2, 3, will be the, no, that's the Wilderness crew on the left of your screen at the moment, yes. Now here, immediately at the bottom of your screen, you have Loretto Marriotteville too, I think.
Yes, that's right. It looks like the next race is coming down as well, Kevin.
Not in here. This is a full crew of 8.
Yeah.
Now that's the Adelaide. That's the Adelaide Rowing Club of Amelia Adams and Maya Hodge. They're back a little, but they're not last. I think the Wilderness School in lane 6 there is perhaps tailing the field. So as they come up, this 2,000 metre race is in the last 250 metres, and in the centre of screen we have, I think, a Wilderness 6 crew who are coming through, doing very well, and no, it's St. Peter's Girls, sorry, leading. Of course it's St. Peter's Girls with the
Loretto crew.
Loretto crew, yes, in second place. So under 19 women's double scull, St. Peter's first, Loretto second. It looks like it'll be Torrens here in third position. Imogen Graham and Ella Deramore Denver. And that's this is the end of the under 19 women's double scull. In front of screen is the Loretto Marriotteville 2, and above them the Murray Bridge crew of Amelia Duval and Daisy Matterford.
There's a coxswain in that double. There you go. But everyone's moved out. Could have been worse. Did you do the whole thing?
I'm joined now by Kath Presser, the fabulous organiser of this regatta. She's done an amazing job.
Thank you, Kate.
So we're looking at...
This is the end of the under 19 women's double scull race. This is the last crew coming through.
Wilderness crew.
Yep.
You can see how much those conditions have improved. That's got to be making a massive difference to these rowers.
The wind's just died down,
just
which is...
little mishap with the oars there.
So it looks like they've started, I think, Kate, the under 21 women's double scull. They're coming down.
Yeah, so we've got 4 crews in this race. On the far side, you've got Port Adelaide crew, Lottie Prow and Ella Prow. I was just looking for my glasses and I've seen them on your head.
You're right, I think I stole them, Kate. We're a good pair, aren't we?
So Port Adelaide there.
And then that's the Adelaide Uni crew that you can see in the picture there. There's Izzy Watson and Sophie Tickner. And then you've got the Walford Anglican School. You've got Imka Mentz and Miffy Young, coached by Pat Eye. And we're just panning out to see.
That's the Port Adelaide crew.
Yeah.
Back there.
There's the Port Adelaide crew, the good old black and white of the Port Adelaide girls. Lottie Prow and Ella Prow. I assume they're sisters, Kate. What do you think?
You'd have to think so, wouldn't you?
But you're right, the weather's got much better. It's a lot flatter than it was earlier on. It looks like the...
There's the Adelaide Rowing Club.
Yeah.
Catherine Price and Sophie Waters. Oh, yeah, Sophie. So it looks as though Uni are going to take this pretty comfortably.
I would think so by the looks.
You can see how lovely their timing is too.
Especially Izzy Watson and Sophie Tickner. They've been just selected into the state youth squad.
Oh, fantastic.
Which is fantastic. The girls doing it very comfortably this morning, out for a nice row. Obviously the girls train hard, followed by the Walford girls. Now these are our senior girls at Walford, both Imka and Miffy, doing a great job. Just celebrating their win, just their second place there, Kate.
Yeah, you can see how tired they were too. They really put in a big effort.
Just having a look at these girls. I don't think that's Sophie Waters there, Kate.
Has she been replaced by Madison Cook-Palm?
Coach is Ron Mobbs, yep. So that's Catherine Price and Madison Cook-Palm coming through. So that's Adelaide Uni that took out the under-21 women's double scull, and Port Adelaide just coming across the line now. The races come down pretty quick, Kate, don't they?
They do. They really keep them moving, and they're always on time, which is amazing. Race 25, the Open Women's Double Scull. We've got Adelaide Uni over on the left of screen, and then you can see an Adelaide Rowing Club crew on the right. Adelaide Uni, Arabella Baum and Sarah Petrov.
Looking very comfortable on that far lane there. Then we've got the Adelaide crew, Peter Tyrrell and Anna Collins, coached by Ron Mobbs again.
And you can see Port Adelaide, Simone Ellis and Susie Ross on your left. And on the right is another Adelaide Uni crew, Siobhan Rowe and Anna Ford. Looking very relaxed. Very nice, long, smooth strokes there from the Uni crew.
Another Uni, and then I think the Uni crew that we just saw here, I reckon that's Alaka Tunney and Joe Malcolm, who Joe was...
Yeah, so the one we're in on screen now is actually Siobhan Rowe and Anna Ford. That's Uni 3.
We've got Adelaide Uni, looks like they've strong presence in their double sculls this morning. So
Adelaide Uni 1 looking pretty comfortable there. Alakok Tunney and Joanne Malcolm. We're just watching the Port Adelaide crew finish that race. Simone Ellis and Susie Ross. Adelaide Uni 2 on screen now.
And the last crew to come through, the third Adelaide Uni crew. Siobhan Rowe and Anna Ford. And then we move on to the under-19 men's single scull. This is
looks like we've only got 3 in this race. What have we got here? We've got Callum Deckers from Torrens on the left of screen.
Got Saints by the looks.
Yeah.
The 2 Saints boys out front. It looks like Faris Hard and Nick Burr. And then we've got one to the right of screen there, Kate.
Yeah, that looks like the other St Peter's rower, Fraser Balnaves. So a couple missing from this race. By
it looks like the St Ignatius and the Only High haven't joined the race, but yeah, certainly pleasing. Good to see Torrens. Not that we're going to a good push for the Torrens Rowing Club there. Okay, Callum's doing a great job
Got
out.
to give him a plug.
Yeah. He's got a fantastic mullet there.
He's always easy to spot,
Yeah.
Callum. We always know who that is.
Yeah, with that great mullet there. Very strong. And looking to do it very easily by the looks. And making it look extremely easy. So this is a long race. This is a 2,000 metre race, which is a long row in a single.
It certainly is. Really start to get those jelly legs by about now.
I'm just getting through the last 250 metres.
So we've got 2 Saints crews on the screen there. Callum doing it pretty comfortably.
Across. It's one of the youth rowers at Torrens. Very strong. Here the Torrens crews cheering. He's taking over the...
These Princess boys might think they're in the race.
Yeah.
Take it up a notch.
Well done.
I think Callum might have just stopped rowing before the...
Yeah, before the end. I don't know.
Don't
know what happened there, Kate. He just... So that's a 3 right in the middle. Looks like I think that was Nick Burr that came over second with Faris and then Fraser in 4th. They did very well.
Now we've got race 27, the under-19 men's single scull, Division 2. The one that just finished was Division 1.
You can see the other crews heading up for their next races. So these are the finals. So the girls the quads are heading up for their finals. You can see them. So there's lots of crews out this morning. Lots of
busy course today.
Yeah, certainly a busy course with a
lot to get through, and a real credit to the umpires that they keep everything on time and on track.
Especially into Rowing SA, trying to manage. We've got 1,000 rowers here today, Kate, and it's 100 races. So that's been a fantastic effort by Rowing SA to get them all out here.
And all the last-minute changes
and crew changes and boat changes and club changes, and it's been been a great effort by Rowing SA. It's great just to see them all out and back on the water again.
It is, yeah, and it has the feel of a regatta.
Yeah.
It has that great vibe, that excitement. So you can just see these crews coming down now. I can see 5 on the screen. The easiest one to pick out is Adelaide Uni in the middle there with the white top near the umpire's boat. On the far left is Murray Bridge, and then Unley High, Adelaide Uni rower, and then St Peter's College. And then it looks as though there is an Unley High boat in lane 3. So we've got Diego Tovar Gallo rowing for Unley High, Tom Oldfield rowing for St Peter's College, and Anne Holloway for Adelaide Uni, Connor Donnellan for Unley High 1, and Ethan Watkins for Murray Bridge.
So Diego Cate's a son of one of our Torrens rowers.
Is he?
Yeah, so Letitia.
There you go.
Yeah. So it's
a bit hard to call at the moment.
Yeah.
There's still a fair way back up the course.
And especially looks like the three through the middle by the looks. Okay, looks sort of fairly close.
They do. So it might be between Unley High and St Peter's College in lane 6 and 4 at this stage. Pick Unley out with the pale blue oars there in lane 3 behind the umpire's boat.
Yeah. So it looks like we can't see Felix Packer there from Saints.
Looks like Unley High 1 are rowing strongly in lane 6 and St Peter's College Tom Oldfield in lane 4, and Adelaide Uni and Anne Holloway doing a great job there as well.
In the middle,
Could be anyone's really, with still over 1,000 metres to go.
So they've just passed 1,000 metres, Kate, by the looks.
You can see the stability in the boat there. Connor's rowing really well. Connor is rowing really well. The boat's not tipping around too much. He's looking comfortable, relaxed. Oars are going in nicely.
Oh, well, I'm back again. I've just taken over from Kath Presser, who is the chief organiser of today. She's the person representing Torrens Rowing Club who has overall management of the organisation today, and I must say she's done a brilliant job.
She certainly has. It's a huge undertaking. So we're seeing Felix Packer here in lane 2. Strong row from him from St Peter's College. And not far behind him is Anand Holloway from Adelaide Uni. And then further behind is Connor Donnellan from Unley High. Ethan Watkins from Murray Bridge. Too many blues.
Yes, Kate. Felix is rowing very strong, very low rating, and if he's going to challenge the Unley High School person alongside of him, I rather suspect that he will bring up his rating towards later in the race.
He's conserving a bit of energy at the moment.
And presently there are 250 metres to go, and you can see now that Felix is stopped conserving, and he's pushing his rating. It's bringing it right up, and you'll notice that the Diego Tovar is not able to match the strength and length of Felix. So it'll be Felix Packer first and Diego Tovar Gallo from Unley High in second position.
So we've got the Adelaide Uni rower coming through now, and Anne Holloway. And further back we've got Ethan Watkins from Murray Bridge just coming through now.
There's quite a range of skills in this race, and that means that the field is well spread out at the end. This is no criticism of the rowers. They're all reasonably skillful, but by under 19, some of the scullers have just too much strength and experience for others. So as the only high school sculler comes to the end of his race, he'll be very happy to have that over. And our camera scans down the course for the open men's single scull. This is now they're 1,000 metres into a 2,000 metre race.
We've got 8 crews in this one. In lane 1 you can see a Torrens rower, Simon Albury. Lane 2 another Torrens rower, Sam Button, coached by Ash Fitch. And then in the 3rd lane we've got a Port Adelaide rower, Zach Martin Petty. In lane 4, just to the left of the umpire's boat, you've got Fabian Whiteman from Adelaide Uni. Further across we've got, looks like another Torrens rower.
Well, it's not. I suspect that's the Phoenix rower, yes. And I'm not sure that we have 8 crews. I can't see anyone in lane 8.
No.
So
Scotch College looks like they're not in this one. Drew Clements in lane 7, rowing for Adelaide Rowing Club. Oh, there's Drew Clements there. You can just see him.
Yes.
Oh, maybe we do have 8. There's the Scotch rower.
There's the Scotch rower. He's to the left of screen, and he's probably leading. And also on screen, on the right of screen, is the Adelaide rower, Drew Clements. So it'll be interesting, though. So Scotch doing very well, and Drew Clements coming along. So Adam Holland, it is, in the left of screen at the moment. He's coached by Tim Belcher. Very experienced and successful rower in his own time. So the rating is fairly high. You'll see that Alum is really pushing through. And the rating is, of course, the number of strokes per minute. And he's in the red boys now with less than 250 metres to go, and he's got the pedal well pressed down to the floor. And well, I don't know where the other crews are, but I think he's rowing like he's out in front, and he's going to stay there. Just a few strokes to go. He's looking across, so there may be somebody over here on the other side of the course who is pushing him hard. He's certainly not relaxed, is he? You
can really see that push with the legs from Adam there in that rowing sequence. Just crossed the line.
Yeah. Who else do we have here?
Port Adelaide?
Yes, that's Anthony Lee of Port Adelaide. He's doing very well. You notice the way they place the oar in the water and then push hard with the legs. It's the way it's done. At the Adelaide row of Drew Clements on the top of the screen, and the Torrens rower here, and that I think was Sam Button. Ah yes, here we have a Simon Albury. Now you notice Simon's stroke is a little different. Simon is an interesting category. He is a para rower who does not have use of the legs. And that'll be the Phoenix oarsman there. That'll be Austin Arnold. And this, though there were really two races there. There was the open men's single scull with a handicap for the para rower of 90 seconds. So Simon Aubrey started, and then 90 seconds later the rest of the field started.
So now we're looking at race 29, the open men's coxless pair. We've got a St Peter's composite over in lane 4, a little further back. St Peter's College in lane 5, William Howard and Max Henry. Oh, I'm sorry, that's Jake Nesbitt and Jeremy Beale. And then Adelaide Uni, we've got Ross Hamilton and Oscar Moore, coached by Sam Morton.
The look of these boats is always strange to me, Kate. It's as if they're unbalanced. So the two oarsmen, one oar each, and great precision is required. This is the most difficult of all the boats to row.
You can see how well balanced they are. There's plenty of experience in there.
Nevertheless, the youngsters, Jake and Jeremy from St Peter's College, are really taking it to the Adelaide Uni rowers, who may in the end just be too strong for them. And they're putting in a bit of a sprint, I think, at the moment, just to shake off the St Peter's College crew, and it's working too. And they're coming through, the red boys, 2:50 to go. Adelaide Uni's put their foot down, and well, see, even then, that's twice. Can they? Well, a bit of an upset. Yes. Yeah, come on, get it back, get it back. They're saying to themselves, come on, we can do this, we can do this. And you notice that they really are looking to do it and hold off the St Peter's
Very
crew.
good recovery there. That could have been.
But Jake Nesbitt and Jeremy Beale from St Peter's gave them a good hard push, and this is a good thing.
And this is William Howard and Max Henry coming up now.
Well, that was exciting there for a
Yeah,
moment.
it was. Right near the finish line. Right, we're getting into some of the finals now. This is race 30, the schoolgirl year 8-9 Cox Quad Scull. This is the E final. We've got 4 crews here. We've got Scotch College, you can see there in lane 5. And Walford next to them.
Starters and the organisation is doing brilliantly at the moment, because even with the races every 5 minutes and anything can happen, any little thing can cause a hold up, they are still 2 minutes before the start of this race is due. They may let them go early, sometimes they do. Just
it looks like they're missing a crew though, so they might wait a little bit.
Oh well, yes.
Looks like the Pembroke crew aren't there yet.
So again, these year 8-9 races are all over 1,000 metres. Unlike down at the
and the cappuccino.
Thank you. Go and get it, yeah.
Sorry about that. Administration, it does say administration.
Looks like race 30 is underway. Or no, they're still lining up. And it looks as though the Pembroke crew are just coming across now. Still getting themselves organised for this race, so I'd say they're just trying to run it on time, Kevin.
Yes, Kate, that would seem to be the case.
Keep to the schedule.
Yes. Well, the problem is, of course, if they get ahead of the schedule and somebody turns up to the start and they've already gone, and then there's an argument about we were there on time and you started before us and so on. So, yes, but even so, the organisation to get this with 1,000 oarsmen, schools, clubs, masters, everything happening is really, really detailed and presently brilliantly effective. And it's a beautiful day now. It's lightened up a little. There's a little cloud to give us a break from the sun, and there's not enough wind to be an issue really in the racing. There's a little bit, but it's not enough to begin to interfere with the smooth rowing or anything like that. Earlier we did have some chop, and that was a bit hard to deal with for some.
Just a light southerly now, and this race has started. Just 3 in it, so it looks like we've got Scotch, Walford and Seymour in this race. It's a 1,000-metre race.
Yes, these 1,000-metre races, they down at the 2,000-metre start, there's a special platform, and the back of the boat is actually held by somebody who's lying on the platform, so that, and you'll hear the call from the aligner saying, back 20 centimetres, lane 6, and so they'll just draw it back 8 inches to be totally and exactly lined up. Here, out on the open water with a little bit of a side wind and that, it's just not that simple.
Much more challenging to get lined up. So in the Walford crew, who look to be rowing pretty strongly, we've got Emily Weir, Zara Hutchinson, Diana Lawrence, Elsie Johnson, and the cox is Sophie Waters. Coaches are Anushka Reynolds and Ella Connell.
Yes.
And the Seymour crew, to the right of your screen in the race, Maddie Baxter, Lily McDonald, Sienna Killick, Evangeline Yonganil, and cox is Chelsea Cooper, coached by Ruby Hetherington.
As they come up to the 500-metre mark, I observed that probably Walford in the middle is a little in front, because anybody can win this race. And on the left of screen we have the Scotch College crew, who are making a real race of it with Walford. That's Sasha Levinson, Cassie O'Connor, Lulu Tate, Poppy Burkett, Emily Smith, and coached by Alex Fotheringham. Walford seem to be maintaining their lead. They look smooth and comfortable, and probably only a boat length in it, perhaps a length and a half. The Seymour crew is a little further back, and you'll notice sometimes when the crew members look to see where the other crews are, their stroke isn't always quite as good as it should be. So generally the rule is keep your eyes in the boat and let the coxswain do the looking. Well, the race does seem to be sorting itself out, with Walford looking calm and strong and balanced, pushing out ahead of Scotch in the yellow rowing suits, and that's what we see on the screen in front of us right now. It's a little interesting. That seems to be an Adelaide Rowing Club Zooty on the stroke of this crew. Not quite sure how that works out, but oh, sorry. This crew is in the race by invitation, and that means they're not really in the race, and I doubt whether winning it first across the line, I'm not sure that first across the line will give them a medal or the points, because an invitation is usually an opportunity to give a crew a race that otherwise wouldn't be in it. So and that may explain why there's a non-standard rowing suit in there. So it's Seymour on your screen at the moment in the 8-9 Cox Quad Scull E final, and they've just crossed the line, and third across the line will be Scotch College.
Now we move to the D final, race 31 in the schoolgirl 8-9 Cox Quad Scull. So this is the D final. We've got 5 crews in this race, 4 on screen at the moment. You can see St Peter's Girls on the left of screen, then Walford 7, Walford 6, Walford 4, and then on the right you can see the Pembroke crew.
Camera always makes it difficult to pick leaders, and in these circumstances they're around about the leaders are around about the 500-metre mark now, so about halfway through this race. That's St Peter's on the left and Walford on the right of screen, and they are making a race of it between them, and you'll see that they'll have a little look over their shoulder and they'll go a little harder, and notice that in the St Peter's crew there. And also I think Walford are putting in a big push. Walford are definitely putting in a big push now to see if they can get past the St Peter's crew. Left to right we have another Walford crew, or 2 more Walford crews.
Have we got an oar stuck in that Walford crew there?
Yes, the crew in the middle of your screen at the moment has 1 oar that's not rowing, and it's the girl in the 2 oars. 1 student is not rowing.
She's pulled her oars up.
There's probably a breakage somewhere, possibly in her sliding seat or something like that.
So that's the Walford 6 crew.
Oh, it is.
It's a real race between St Peter's Girls and Walford 7 here. Both looking fairly comfortable. Walford really turned on the heat a few minutes ago, but it now looks as though St Peter's Girls have come up to meet them. So it could be anyone's race here.
And that's always destroying on when you put the heat on and you get a bit ahead and the others keep coming at you. That can be quite hard to cope with, but it's also very hard to cope with being behind and trying to catch up. So both of these crews going through some psychological pressure here.
Looks as though Walford might just have it, but there's a bit of mistiming happening.
Oh, there's a crab. Now that will make a big difference. Now they'll try and get it. She is trying desperately to get that all back in front of her body, but she's not going to manage it in time. And I can say rude things will be being said, if not verbally, at least is interior by that Walford crew. So it'll be St Peter's Girls 3 across the line first, and that looks like the Pembroke School coming through in second place in the Year 8-9 Cox Quad Scull D final.
Oh, that's a terrible feeling. It was interesting to see there, Kevin, when that St Peter's crew noticed what had happened to the Walford crew, it spurred them on even more, and they really put the foot down.
The psychological stress when you are behind, pushing and not quite getting there, and you're throwing everything at it.
But it's not working.
It's not working.
Yeah.
That's really, really hard to cope with. How disappointing for the two seed there. And that was, oh, we won't say who it was. That wouldn't be fair, would it?
So this is race 32. This is the schoolgirl year 8-9 Cox Quad Scull, the C finals in this race, and there are 7 crews rowing. We've got St Peter's Girls on the far left, then Unley High, Seymour College in lane 6, Wilderness, 2 Wilderness crews in lanes 5 and 4, Scotch College, and then Unley. We've got 7.
I thought for a moment I saw 8.
We've got 7 listed, but we've got 8 in the race.
Yes, interesting.
This will be a tricky one to call.
It will indeed, is to know quite. Let's see if we can then get a look at somebody. That's St Peter's Girls coming into focus at the moment. And that's the St Peter's Girls 2 crew of Lily Michelon, Jessica Zhang, Maddie Penley, Mabel Cook, with Zoe Graves coxing them.
And then we've got Unley High, Charlize Joachim, Isabel Petrie, Anastasia Papafotiu, Sophie Proferus, Addison McLeod's the Cox, and the coach is Taylor Wood.
Alongside them is a Seymour College crew who are rating quite highly, and looking around there with the Cox is looking around, and you can see her mouthpiece as she tells where they are in the race and who's behind and who's in front and where they are. And that's Katie Harford, Sasha Walker, Daisy Howard, Natalie Lockyer, coxed by Olivia Rhymes, with Sam Walsh as the coach.
So we've got 2 Wilderness crews on screen now in lanes 4 and 5. 1 bow coxed, 1 stern coxed.
And there's not much between them. There's a little bit of wake, I think, from the boat there a minute ago that was a little bit upsetting to them. But those 4 crews are quite close together at the front.
So here we've got Scotch College and Unley High fighting it out. And then further across in lane 1 is another crew that looks like it might be Pembroke.
Yes, that's a Pembroke crew. So they're working like they were in the final, so they're probably there. So yep, and having a good old hit at it too. So that's Pembroke in lane 1, and across in lane 2 we have the unmissable vertical blue stripes of the Unley High School. But as they come to the line, it looks as though it is the Wilderness School 3 of Sonakashi Kure, Willow Rand, Joanna Robinson, and Sarah Ran in the lead. So they're throwing everything at it, I think, but they're looking across as well, which makes me think there's somebody else here. There they are. It's the Unley crew pushing them very hard. Yes, but it will be.
And the other Wilderness crew in 3rd place, Wilderness 3. Now we bring you race 33, the B final for the schoolgirl year 8-9 Cox Quad Scull. Looks like in lane 1 we've got Norwood Murray Alta, lane 2 Walford, lane 3 another Norwood Murray Alta crew, Walford just near the umpire's boat there, Pembroke, Walford in lane 6 and Pembroke in lane 7.
Again, quite a good race. No obvious leaders at this stage, although I suspect the Pembroke School in lane 7 is doing very, very well. So that's they're pushing out and possibly establishing a small lead at this stage. And this is the Year 8-9 Coxed Quad Scull B final. When we call lanes, we're always the lane nearest to the camera is lane 1, and lane 8 is on the far side of the course. So we're looking there on the right of screen in lane 2, the Walford Anglican 3 crew, and immediately to the left of screen from them is the Nord Morialta High School of Angelica Chia, Layla Martin, Sophia Adler, Bianca Kohlberg, and Doan Kim Trin, their cocks.
There's the other Nord Morialta crew here in lane 1. Tamara Jones, Samantha Michelatsianis, Celia Mason, Erica Shaw, Yaqui is the Cox, Ashley.
So
there's a bit of wake for them there. Hopefully it won't catch them.
So it appears as though those 3 crews on screen are behind the forward group.
So it looks as though only, who have we got over there?
Well, I don't know. I
Pembroke.
think it's possibly Pembroke School 1 leading on the far side, but I'm not sure that this Walford crew is far behind them. So it's
a good race. Walford looking very comfortable, so are Pembroke. So
yes.
this is Walford 2.
In the immediate bottom of the screen. On the right of screen at the moment is the
Pembroke
School 2, and next to them Walford 1. But no, it's pretty clear that it's going to be the Walford Anglican 2 that have length and precision at this stage. A good race to be in, and hotly contested.
Pembroke 1 in second place there. Now we're up to race 34. This is the A final for the schoolgirl Year 8-9 Cox Quad Scull. And we've got a full field of 8 rowers. With lane 1 on your right, we've got Wilderness. Then Unley High in the blue in lane 2. Scotch in the yellow in lane 3. Loretto, St Peter's Girls in lane 5. Another Scotch crew, Scotch College Adelaide 1 in lane 6. And then just on screen is Seymour College 1, and off screen is Seymour College 2.
Well, it's still a good race as they're coming along. The angle makes it hard to call, but when you can get the whole field pretty well in the screen, it's looking good. There look like a couple of standouts here. It's the Loretto Marriotteville crew in the middle of the course there in lane 4. It looks pretty good, but on the other side, the Scotch College crew there, and you can see the slight yellow of their caps and zoot suits, which makes them very stand out on the course. They're probably doing pretty well out of that 3. It doesn't look like it, but they may be leading that 3 group of 3 you see there. Seymour College 1 next to them, and Seymour College 2 next to them. But my guess is Scotch is holding those 2 Seymour crews at bay. And you can see as the angle changes, it appears as though the crew nearer you gets quicker and quicker, but it's just the angle, really.
There's not much in it between the Scotch crew and the Loretto crew, as we just see them coming into frame now.
Yes, I think you're right, Kate. I think Loretto will challenge that crew with the last 250 meters to go, and they're just hitting the red buoys now. They are neck and neck. Those two crews, it doesn't appear, but they are neck and neck, and they will be throwing everything at it.
You can hear the crowd starting to wind up.
Yes.
Love these close races.
The schoolgirls get excited. And they can make plenty of noise. Yes, but it looks as though the angle speaks, and it will be Loretto Marriotteville to take the race out with Scotch College Adelaide 1 in second place. The Schoolgirl 8-9 Cox Quad Scull A final. What a good race.
And very close finish between Seymour and Wilderness for third place there too. Nice tight race, that one. Just got a slight break here for race 35, which seems to have been cancelled. We will be back with you shortly.
No, they're assembling for.
Either way, I feel like everyone's hit for being.
are now waiting for the schoolboy Year 8-9 Cox Quad Scull E final, and a light rain has come down and misting across the course, and it's quite hard. I think they're at the 1,000-metre start line. I'm not sure whether they've started yet, but now as we focus in, I think I can see the blades moving, yes. So we are well into this 8-9 E final for the Year 8-9 boys Cox Quad Scull, and they're in the first half of the race, probably done about 200 metres at this stage. We have 8 crews in the race, and so it's a full house, every lane occupied, every one of the 8 lanes occupied. And so one of the things about the rain, of course, is it does dampen everybody and that sort of thing, but it's not a heavy rain. It's just a light mist. It's making it quite hard to see, of course, and that doesn't matter too much. We have quite a good race going on here. By and large, there are 5 or 6 of the crews that could be in the running here. So 6 out of 8 isn't too bad, and so E final, anything can happen. But right in the middle of the course, I would think that it is a oh no, I can't pick it at this stage. The mist makes everything fuzzy, as you can appreciate on your screens at home. It makes it quite difficult to pick out who's who.
Looks like we've got St Peter's 5 rowing pretty strongly in the middle there.
Yes, Kate, I think that is the case as they, as you would say, emerge from the mist. But on the far side, don't overlook the St Peter's College 7 crew either. So now this 1,000-metre race is past the halfway mark, and we're in the 3rd quarter of the race. And it would appear to be, I can't see anybody on the inside lanes would be coming up to challenge for the lead, so I think it's most probably these 2 St Peter's College crews, St Peter's College 5 in the foreground of your screen, and on the top left of your screen, St Peter's College 7.
So this St Peter's College 5 crew is made up of Ben Northcote, Harry Burns, James Gasperin, Stellan Stockman, and their cox is Jake Richardson. And just across from them in lane 8 is St Peter's College 7, Ethan Hines, Henry Proudman, Peter Morfesi, Archie Bater, and the cox is Thomas Whiteman. Looking really strong, St Peter's College 5.
And this is an F grade final, so it's not expected to be top, but they're very, very skilled crews who are rowing. Now, sorry, it's the E final. Now we have a Pembroke crew here, Pembroke School 3, which is going to come through for second. They have come through the other St Peter's College crew on the far side, top left of your screen, who will be third.
Four St Peter's crews in that race. Good numbers there. And the Norwood Morialta crew just coming in now.
So
now we've got race 37, the schoolboy year 8-9 Cox Quad Scull, and this is the D final. You can see Scotch College there on the left of screen rowing pretty strongly, and Unley High in the foreground, St Peter's in lane 6.
So they're well and truly in the last 100 metres, and I don't think that the the Unley crew will be second, and first I think was Scotch. I'm not
Yes,
sure.
yeah.
Yes. So that's the Year 8-9 D final of the Cox Quad Scull for schoolboys.
And what a thoughtful bow. He's holding up the bow number for us so we can see which one is. That's St Peter's College 13 and St Peter's College 9, I think we're looking at here.
The Cox,
no, it's 6, sorry.
yes, okay. The Cox was holding up the number.
The bow number.
Yes,
yeah.
the bow number fits in a little slot at the front, but if that happens to be broken, you still have to show it. So the Cox was able to hold up the screen for the people who are doing the recording at the finishing line.
St Peter's College 10 just finishing there. So now we move up to race 38, the schoolboy year 8-9 Cox Quad Scull, and this is the C final. So we've got 6 boats in this race.
And
Prince Alfred College in lane 7, 2 St Peter's Crews, then another Prince Alfred College 4 in the middle there, St Peter's College 8 second from the right, and a Scotch College on the right in lane 2. Anyone's race at the moment.
And it's all pretty close to halfway through the race. They're around about the 500-metre mark. All of these Year 8-9 crews row over 1,000 metres in recognition of their youth. So very hard to call, given the angle, and predictions are hard. I think there's a Scotch crew there in the middle of the screen who is doing quite well at the moment. But perhaps it's the St Peter's crew in the left of screen with the blue rowing suit, battling it out at the moment with just over the top of them on the screen saying Prince Alfred's College. So
that St Peter's crew in lane 6 is Joseph Giradini, Braden Sims, Sam Robran, Vincent Barone, and Cox's George Griffith. The Prince's crew in lane 4, Asger Abraham, Arjun Dosanjh, Jasper Hill, Isaac Evans, and the Cox's Jack Stunnell. St Peter's College 8 on your left, and Scotch College in the yellow.
the Scotch College, again, the angle is hard to pick, but it appears as though a race between on the left of screen the St Peter's College 3 and the Prince Alfred College 4. There's St Peter's is in front, but I'm not sure by very much. So they'll be looking across, as will the Prince Alfred crew on the bottom of the screen, who are up their rating, and look at that, they're just getting those oars through the let quicker, but I think it'll be about a third of a length. St Peter's College will win that over Prince Alfred's. The third crew is going to be very hard from the angle.
To call. It was either St Peter's 8 or
Prince Alfred College 3.
Yeah. One or the other, very close.
A very good race and a good standard for a C final in the 8 and 9 Cox Quad.
Now we're up to the B final, race 39, schoolboy year 8-9 Cox Quad Skull. Another 1,000-metre race, and we've got a fairly full dance card up there.
And again, the organisation has got a little ahead of itself, possibly supported by that cancelled race a quarter of an hour ago, and so they're just holding the start at the moment and holding the crews in their lanes ready for a start. In fact, by my telling now, 7 minutes ahead.
Now we've got the C final for the schoolboy year 8-9 Cox Quad Scull, race 38, and they've started racing. Should have 6 crews in this race. We seem to have more than that.
I can see 7.
Oh, this is the B final, not the C final.
Okay, so we're still with the finals, variously A, B, C and D and E of the schoolboys year 8-9 Cox Quad Scull. So this is race 39 in today's program. That's over 1,000 metres, and as we said, schoolboy year 8-9 rowing, and they are presently about a quarter of a way through the race, and on your screen we are just trying to see who's likely to be leading. Left of screen is Pembroke School, middle of screen is St Peter's College, and right of screen is...
That's Norwood Morialta.
Norwood
Morialta,
right, of course.
Unley in the middle with the blue.
Oh, that's Unley in the middle, right, so it is.
So there's 2 Norwood Morialta crews there, both just to the right of the umpire's boat.
And they'll be the two crews just to the right of the umpire's boat in the light coloured, almost white rowing suits.
And then further to the right, you've got 2 St Ignatius crews coming up in lanes 1 and 2.
Yes. Now, it would appear to me most unusual and very, very praiseworthy that the two of the crews that are fighting out for the lead will be 2 from the public schools. We have in your screen, we have on the left of screen at the moment Unley High School, and then then a Norwood Morialta High School there just next to them. The second Morialta High School crew is on the right of screen as they come. Now, this is a good race. B final.
So Norwood Morialta High 1, looking really good there. Ryan Whitford, Raphael Quire, Ruben Britz, Oliver Evans-Wood, and the Cox's Rowan Harding, coached by Callum Barrell. Looking really strong. Great to see Norwood doing so well, and Unley High not that far behind them.
Well, yes, I'm calling. I'm calling Norwood Morialta, a school I am very familiar with, and in the front at this stage, and I'm barracking for them to go ahead from a sense of loyalty from years ago. And the 2 crews there in the front are there. You can see the conditions. There's a little difficulty, just a tiny bit of difficulty from the water. It's occasionally causing a bit of splash in the crews, but it looks like Norwood Morialta is rowing very, very together at this stage, well synchronised.
Just picked that rating up a little bit. Looked like Unley were going to challenge, but it looks as though Norwood Morialta are going to take that away.
And that is a really good thing to have a crew from one of the less a school where rowing is less resourced than it is in some of the other schools. So that's first and second, Norwood Morialta, Unley High School, and third coming in will be
Norwood Morialta again.
Third,
number 2, crew 2.
Right. So and that's the result for the schoolboy year 8-9 Cox Quad Scull B final.
These are the St Ignatius crews just finishing off that B final. And we head back up to the start for race 40. This is the A final for the schoolboy year 8-9 Cox Quad Scull.
And this race is already halfway through, and looking with a very comfortable lead out the front is this Prince Alfred College crew of Sam Stunnell, Louis Dawson, Charles Seamer, Edward Chappell, and Cox by Alex Hamoud, and coached by Amanda Tidswell, who, by the way, is also one of the Torrens Rowing Club coaches, and it is Torrens who is hosting your regatta today. They do look strong and they do look together, and they're really pleased to have that. Although they're looking across this way, so there may be another crew that the camera has deceived us a little, but they're not looking anymore. I think they have comfortably won that race. Presently is the Scotch College crew that you see there on your screen.
And another Unley High crew coming through. That's really good to see them coming in third place there, Unley High.
Just ahead of another Scotch crew, and close to us, St. Peter's College, and on the far side, on the top of your screen, another St. Peter's College crew.
Looks like an injury to an oar in that other Prince Alfred crew.
Yes.
And we've got Pembroke finishing off that race here. Trying to arrive by 12:30, I think. What time's Celine's race?
12:20 or something.
What you see on your screens at the moment is the lineup for the next race. They're a little ahead of time, so they will be held on the start for a minute or two longer. And this is a Masters race. And Masters always don't row over distances longer than 1,000 metres. And this is the Masters Women's Single Scull. 7 in the race. Masters are handicapped. So they're handicapped by age, well, we all are really, but no, the handicaps they get is according to age, and so the first two crews off go will be in, 3 crews will be in lane 2, and that will be a Port Adelaide rower, Simone Ellis. Lane 5, which will be another Port Adelaide crew, Susie Ross, and lane 7, a Phoenix rower, Tony Milne, also off go. The others will get a handicap of 31 seconds in lane 2. 10 seconds in lane 3. That'll be Joanne Malcolm from Adelaide Uni. 5 seconds, the Torrens rower in the middle of the crew, and Angie Franco. And 8 seconds for the Goolwa rower in lane 6, Kate Tebnev. So all of the rowers are on their way now, and those who started, you get a bit of an 8 or 10 second start. You're going to do, for a while at least, a little better than the younger rowers behind you. And so it's very hard to tell with Masters, just looking at a race to know who's really likely to have a little more in the tank as they get towards the end of the race. On your screen at the moment, you have the Goolwa person, Kate Tebneff, on the left with the blue rowing suit and the red cap. And next to her and slightly ahead, you have the Port Adelaide Rowing Club, Susie Ross, who's already making inroads. Now on the left of screen, you have Tony Milne. Tony is presently rowing in the Phoenix Club, and an experienced rower is Tony. And she was also formerly a Torrens member, where she was the proud captain of a very good club there for a while. What shall we call it? A bit of a pat on the head for Torrens. So now she's rowing for Phoenix and rowing very well.
There's Angie Franco from Torrens Rowing Club. And just to her right, rowing for Adelaide Uni, is Jo Malcolm. And further to the right, we've got Simone Ellis off screen for Port Adelaide. There's Simone there.
Yes, I must say the Port Adelaide rowing suit is very easily recognised and makes it a bit easier for we people who are talking about these races. Joanne won a race earlier this morning, and perhaps the first or second race of the day, so this will be her second race. Very strong, very experienced. To her left, of course, is Joanne Malcolm in the white with the black V from Adelaide University in lane 3.
She's just had a quick look across to see where Simone is. There's not a lot in this.
No, this is a very good race. It would appear that the other Port Adelaide rower, and Susie Ross, is in the middle of the field, but the left of the screen as we speak.
And Angie doing us proud for Torrens.
Yes.
Kate Tebneff from Goolwa over there in lane 6, and Tony Milne for Phoenix in lane 7.
Now they're at the in the last quarter of the race, or just coming to it. It would appear that in lane 2 here, immediately at the bottom of the screen, Simone Ellis has been holding off Jo Malcolm. Simone Ellis is a very, very good oars person as well.
She's just picked that rating up a little bit, Simone.
Well, she would know, I think, that Joanne will have a strong finish, so she'll have a close eye on her as but they're coming to the line, no question. First will be Port Adelaide, Simone Ellis across the line. Second, Jo Malcolm from Adelaide Uni. And it will be, of course, Angie Franco from Torrens, your hosting club today. Third and fourth will be Susie Ross from Port Adelaide.
And that was Division 1. Next race is Division 2 for the Masters Women's Single, race 42 coming up.
Now, when they have these Masters races, if they have a range of ages and handicaps are by age, they tend to put the younger athletes into one race and the older athletes into the other. So there's only a few seconds difference in the start that they get. So the sort of average age was about 43 or something in the last race. Well, it'll be somewhat older in this race, so we'll expect a slower race. But
I think one of the lovely things about rowing, Kevin, is that it's something you can do for your whole life if you're healthy enough to keep going with it. I've got a 93-year-old family member who's just hung up the oars, or he says he has. We don't really believe him because he's said it before. But yeah, they say it takes an hour to learn to row and a lifetime to master it. So you've got a whole lifetime to do it.
Well, yeah. I think mastery will come after the lifetime in some cases.
Never to be mastered. So you can see 3 crews on screen. You've got Phoenix there, Lisanne Edgar and Torrens. We've got Amanda Sparks rowing And for Murray Bridge on the right, Bernadette O'Neill. And off screen, we'll have Alison Smith rowing for Port Adelaide in lane 6.
That's the Phoenix rower on the screen at the moment, Lisanne Edgar. And the rain seems to have cleared away a bit, which means we can get a clearer picture at the moment. So Lisanne is doing very well. A single scull is sprightly. You would describe it as sprightly, difficult to balance, and a little bit of a cross wave, telling to push off balance, and a little bit of wind, and that's a challenge that she is handling very well at this stage. Her oars are going into the water together and coming out together, so she's handling the conditions very well. Now here we have another experienced rower, which is Amanda Sparks from Torrens. Again, we might look to see how the things happen. Now the point is, if you do get a bit of a mistake, and there's always the next stroke to get right. So Amanda's doing very well too, and you can just see the oars of Lisanne on her left. So who's winning? Lisanne, Amanda, Lisanne, Amanda. Very difficult to tell at the angle we have, but they'll both be trying very hard.
This is the Murray Bridge rower, Bernadette O'Neill in the blue.
And conditions on the River Murray, it's always wide and often windy, so we expect Murray Bridge rowers to be able to handle these conditions very well. And of course, lately Murray Bridge has had a long history of top-class rowing, and a very proud club indeed, who've just got their new club rooms up at Murray Bridge, and very pleased with that.
It's been a particularly windy season this year with southerlies and southeasterlies, so depending on the season it can throw up all sorts of different challenges, and we're lucky to have such a good day for rowing today.
Yes, nothing wrong with the weather today. It's well within the acceptable limits of what's possible. Now, I'm guessing that Amanda Sparks from Torrens there in the red and white hoop, just to the left of screen, is just pushed ahead of the Phoenix rower, which is Lisanne Edwards. And Amanda seems to be going along reasonably comfortably there. You get, as they come to the last quarter of the race, which is in the next couple of strokes, the water calms down a little and allows things to happen better. Now, unless there's somebody else hiding somewhere in lane 1 or 2, I think Amanda is comfortably in front.
Looks like we've just got the 3 in this race. There was a Port Adelaide member listed in this one, but she's not there. So it looks like it might be Torrens and possibly Murray Bridge in second place, Bernadette O'Neill, and then the Phoenix rower, Lisanne Edgar, but a little bit too close to call second and third at this point. But Amanda looks as though she's going to take it comfortably.
One for the hosts. For those who've just tuned into our casting today, this is the Rowing South Australia course at West Lakes in Adelaide, and Torrens Rowing Club is hosting the program today, and doing a very good job so far because everything is on time and running smoothly.
Second place to Bernadette O'Neill from Murray Bridge, and Phoenix coming in third. That's Lisanne Edgar. So we're now watching race 43, the Masters men's coxless pair. And as Kevin said, this is a particularly difficult race to row each rower just with the one oar
Now,
sweep style.
as we look at the race, it appears on the left of screen that Rick Armstrong and Dick Hall from Adelaide University are right out in front. However, the angle is difficult, and I would not think that Mark Musseret and John Lister to the right of screen and nearer the bottom of the screen from Pembroke, I believe they may be in contention, but the angle, they're now halfway through the race, and these two out in front from Adelaide Uni look pretty comfortable to me. And they're doing a good job technically of keeping it together. But as we've seen in previous races, this is a very difficult race to handle, a very difficult boat, one oar each. Absolute technical being together and coordinated is necessary. But they're probably rating about 30 or 31 at this stage, and looking reasonably in charge, pretty well in charge of the thing, and they will lead. They're well into the Red Boys. Last 200 metres to go, and they're leading from Pembroke in lane nearer at the bottom of your screen, but being challenged there by the Bill Nat and Ross Hamilton from Adelaide Uni also. And now the angle starts to cut it in from the camera. And it turns out that Pembroke is going to actually win the race, which makes us look a little foolish. We should be used to that angle by now. And it'll be Bill Nat and Ross Hamilton in second place from Adelaide Uni. Mind you, there is a little bit of a, and this is where the Masters handicapping comes in.
This is Riverside and Goolwa coming in now.
Those who led early, of course, were Rick Armstrong and Dick Hall, who are significantly older and got up to a 20-second start over the Adelaide Uni crew that was rowing there. So that really counts in the last quarter of the race, or the last half.
Especially over 1,000 metres.
Division 2 of the same race, the Masters Men's Coxless 4, we have a much older cohort here. They will of course be rating more slowly, rating at a lower level, fewer strokes per minute, and we have people who are 78 and 75 and 76 years of age here. So Bob Russell there from the Goolwa Club in lane 1. I've rowed with Bob, but he's a very good oar. He's represented South Australia and Australia. So Bob Russell, one of the oldest and best known oarsmen in South Australia, is still doing it, and he's in your screen at the moment, and I think looking at him, that's him nearest the camera in the bow seat, and doing a good job with David England both from the Goolwa Club. Although I must say, to get another plug in, Bob Russell is a life member of the Torrens Rowing Club. And that is the Riverside crew at the moment, and probably, now I can't say, but yes, you'll see that they're doing a good job too. Anybody that's out in a pair and racing is doing a good job. Now, though, that was Peter Hendy and Maxwell Hosian-Smith there, but above them on the screen is Adelaide Uni in the H grade, Warwick Bowen and Mike Page from Adelaide Uni. Oh, Henry Newland.
I think it might be Mike and Henry Newland.
Mike and Henley.
Mike
and
in
Henry.
stroke.
Yes. So an I-grade crew is 75 to 80 years of age when you add up and divide by 2 the ages. There are 2 of those, but it looks like coming up now to the last quarter of the race,
So the 2 crews you see on screen now had a 14-second handicap.
Yes. So this is Peter Hendy and Maxwell Hosian-Smith from the Riverside Club, and they'll be looks like they'll hold it together to win this race, which is good handicap racing. Riverside, historically known as the Railways Club. Looks like they will come down to the finish with only 2 or 3 strokes to go. And we have there the Goolwa crew of Bob Russell and David England from coming through second, and that'll be having a little rest before the line will be the Adelaide University crew of Mike Page and Henry Newland.
So we're now back up to the start for race 45, which is the schoolgirl year 9-10 Coxed Quad Scull, and this is a 1500 metre race, so a little bit longer than what we've been seeing. This is heat 1, so 1, 2, 3 and 4 will move forward to an A final, and 5, 6, 7, 8 place getters will move into the B final.
Yes, there will be two heats here, heat 1 and heat 2, naturally enough, and they will then some of them will proceed through to the finals.
So it looks like we've got a Wilderness crew next to the umpire boat. We're looking at Scotch now in lane 6 and Unley High in lane 7.
Again, being year 9-10, these quads have coxswain, in recognition of the fact that if you're going to race very young people, it's probably best to have another pair of hands in the boat managing things. Presently in the room we have with us Tom Harley, and Tom rose for Prince Alfred College, and I'm just saying, Tom, would you like to take over for a little while?
So you can see a Walford crew in lane 3, and we've got Wilderness next to them in lane 4 and Scotch. Walford look to be rowing really strongly. We've got Freya Prince, Edwina Lees, Mimi Bridgman and Molly Stewart in that crew, coxed by Scarlett Paps Burford and coached by Poppy Lemine. So you can see the Saints crew here, St Peter's girls in lane 2, Georgie Owler, Georgina Wakeham, Lucy Sherpa, Chloe Porter and the coxers Stella Rashid. Coaches are Karis Jones and Amy Caritas. So the 1500 metre is a difficult one. It's more than a sprint, so you've got to really pace yourself and drop that pacing off to have a bit of a recovery and then bring it back up again towards the end of the race. So really the cox's job is to give the rowers advice around that, steer the boat and just keep the crew together.
Yeah, just on that there, the 1500 metre is the perfect gateway between the starting, when you start in the lower levels, the 1000 metre race. The 1500 in the Inters division is the perfect gateway into the 2K that you will do in seniors, and it really sets the tone you need in the boat. The power you put in at the start and the finish, the middle K of the 2K is very similar to the 1500.
You can just see the Scotch crew pulling out really strongly there in lane 6. We've got Emily Wakelin, Brianna Crow, Heidi Blitschke, Lily Abscabassis and the coxer Tilly Jeffries, coached by Joyce Jollins. We're being challenged by Walford.
Just looking at the angle there, it's looking to definitely be the Scotch crew at this stage.
Very close coming in.
Oh, and that appears to be Walford in front.
Walford have taken
Over
it.
the line first.
So we've got Walford and Scotch going through to the A final, along with Saints Girls and Nord Morialta in 4th. So those 4 are going through to the A final. We've got Unley High coming through. They'll go into the B final. And the other Scotch crew also going through to the B final. So we've got race 46 coming down now, the schoolgirl year 9-10 Cox Quad Scull, and this is the second heat. So 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th will progress through to the A final, and 5, 6 and 7 will go through to the B final. Timing's looking pretty good on this Walford crew. Microphone's picking up the seagulls out there. This is the Wilderness crew in lane 2. Isabella Trim, Sienna Gretsch, Noor Al-Khatani, Carla Farmer and the Coxes, Sade Gwe. There's one very pesky seagull out there at the moment, needs to move away. Scotch College crew there in the yellow and Unley High beyond them.
It's looking as though Unley High are really building into that last 500 there, or in the last 500. They're about to pass the 250 mark, which is marked by the rock on the shore at the end of the beach.
And we're back. This is St. Peter's Girls coming through. Joe Malcolm on the mic for you.
Thank you, Joe.
So where are we at? 12:07. This is the end of the 9-10 Cox Quad Scull Heat 2, I think, unless we're ahead of time.
Well, we have been doing quite well with time.
Yeah, they're really onto it up at the start line. So yep, that's Wilderness in T2. So that's Isabel Trim, Sienna Gretsch, Noor Al-Khatani, Carla Farmer and Sade Gu just crossing the line there. So 1, 2, 3, 4 through to the A final there, and 5, 6, 7 through to the B final. I could not tell you who went through 1 to 4 there. We're just doing a bit of a mic crossover then.
So this looks like a good race, Joe. The field is quite even across, with a couple tailing a little, but
Ooh, a little bit of dodgy steering from that St Peter's crew in lane 3 there. So from right of screen, we've got Scotch College in lane 2, St Peter's in lane 3, PAC in lane 4, Norwood Marialta in lane 5, St Peter's in lane 6, Christian Brothers in lane 7, and St Peter's in lane 8. So that's 3 St Peter's crews there. A lot of depth in that program, I think.
yes, I think that's part of the strength of their senior rowing, that they have such a broad base to start with.
Yeah, absolutely. If you've got so many crews and so many crews competing against each other in these year 9, 10, this age range, they're going to be competitive, and they know that next year they're up for a shot in that top boat, which is, you know, the blue ribbon race, the schoolboy 8s, which will be coming up soon. My goodness, let's turn that sound of those guys down a little bit.
Yes, they're enthusiastically barracking from the top of the flagpoles out there.
Oh, we've got a race here. So we've got only 1 and 2 through to the A final, 3 and 4 through to the B final, 5, 6, 7 through to the C final. So it really matters, that 1 and 2 position, and it looks like we've got PAC coming through quite clearly.
Yes, it's going to be, for those first 2 positions, it's going to be these 3, PAC at bottom of screen, CBC in the middle of screen, and St Peter's on the top. But
I reckon we've got a Scotch crew in just out of screen here, coming up and challenging CBC for that position. Yeah, you can see their bow in screen now. I reckon that Scotch crew is going to push up.
Yes,
yep, and well done to Scotch there, taking that second position, putting them through to the A final. CBC would be pretty devastated about that.
Oh, yes. Yes, they would. I'm sure of it. They did so well during the race. And
yeah.
To have somebody push through at the end.
It's pretty heartbreaking to get pipped at the line. And we had, it was Scotch College through to the A final, and then third position was that Christian Brothers College crew, and I think it was the St Peter's College 2 crew.
Yes, I think it was.
That will be going through to the B final as well. So then we'll have the other 2 St Peter's College crews and Norwood Marialta through to the C final. It's interesting that we're getting A, B and C finals through in this 9-10 Cox quad. So a lot of crews entering this division.
And as for the whole of the morning, the organisation of this regatta has been ahead of the game. Yeah. They've been a little ahead of time. They've been ready.
Have they?
Yes. And again, they'll be down there lining up at the start for this next race, Heat 2 of the schoolboys 9-10 Cox Quad Scull, and they've let them go already, and that puts them probably nearly 4 minutes ahead of time. So that's
interesting.
Yes.
Oh, I've got 12:11, so that's 2 minutes ahead for me. But
they're well into the race.
So these guys are racing from 1,500 metres, so they've at least been on for 2 minutes. So that's interesting. But if they have a full crew there, a full field there, if they've got all their crews there,
there's no reason not to.
If they ask their crews, are you happy to start 5 minutes ahead of schedule or whatever, they are allowed to start if you've got a consensus from all the crews. Yeah, I've definitely had that before, and if you're sitting on the start line for too long, you can get a little bit jittery and nervous.
And not to mention, under some circumstances, cold and not warmed up. Yes. That's the St Peter's College 5 crew there in screen at the moment, and they're over on the far side of the course in lane 8 and doing quite well, and they are well synchronised and working together.
definitely the unfavoured lane in today's conditions over on that far side. I've been pretty lucky. I've drawn lane 3 for all 3 of my races this morning, which has been nice. A bit of protection with the southwesterly coming through.
Yes. Now, immediately at the bottom of our screen, we have the Port Adelaide crew. Now, notice that the schoolboy Year 9-10 Cox can also include clubs. It's not all schools.
Yes.
So these students in this black and white striped crew, they are from a club, but they also are Year 9-10 students at school, so they're qualified for this race.
Yeah, this is really interesting. So these boys, they may not be from the same school, but being a school boy, you're allowed to row for your club under your club colours in the school grade division. The only exception for that is for the school premiership series and for the head of the river, obviously, because they're run by the schools, so it needs to be a school-based entry.
Right. Bottom of screen here is the Scotch College crew. Scotch College Adelaide 2, Charlie Rainbow, Jack Ellison, Hugh Jackson, Charlie Clark, coxed by Isaac Nelson, and coaches are Michael Shee and Tad Rainbird.
So this St Peter's boys crew quite obviously going to take that first position over the line through to the A final. St Peter's College 5 of Vinnie Belperio, Hamish Scott Young, Will Lawrence, Will Grigg and Will Good coxing there, and the looks like St Peter's are going to take the second position too. Good on them. So that's St Peter's College
3, I think.
3, yeah. Or is that?
Difficult to say, but I think Unley High may have come through
in third there.
Yeah.
And the Port Adelaide crew as well, and then Nor Marialta through to the C final. So that would be St Peter's College 8. So yes, you're right. So St Peter's College 3 of Will Rosenbuilds, Ed Miller, Aidan Eaton, Henry Reynolds and Ollie Colburn through to the A final as well. So that's 2 St Peter's boats through to the A final. And the final heat 3 of the schoolboy Year 9-10 Cox Quad Scull, you can see that they're still lining up there, so they are holding them for their start, which is good. Keep to time.
Out on the water there this morning, Joe, how much is the crosswind affecting the lineup at the start with these non-held starts?
It's pretty horrible. It was really bad for the single, which was off first. We were still touching around when she said attention, and that was a held start. That was probably the worst conditions because it was blowing straight from the south, and so it was rolling all the way down the course. And I would like to say that the age and experience won out in that race because it was whoever could row the cleanest. Yes. would go the fastest. Those conditions this morning were really horrible, and even though it was supposed to pick up this afternoon, I would actually say that it's dropped.
It was watching and looking. Kate and I felt that the conditions had improved.
Yeah,
also.
well, we rode the double about an hour and a half later, and it was glassy. It was beautiful. There was still a slight cross, but there was very, very little steering that needed to be done. The Masters single that I just did, the wind had picked up again, and it was raining of all things.
Yes.
But, yeah.
As I look down here, Joe, they've picked, they leave out lane 1 and lane 8 when they have 6 crews in a race. Mm-hmm. Why don't they just move them and leave out lane 7 and 8?
Well, the wind isn't that bad that there's a huge difference between lane 1 and lane 8 today. Perhaps earlier there might have been, but it's also really hard to make that change after the draw has been printed out and after the program's been sent out and finalised. I think we'd just end up confusing all the bow number people. Although we could, it would be super confusing if you were rowing with a bow number of lane 2 in lane 1 and lane 3 in lane 2. It would, but for the finals, so last week at the school premiership series, the finals were seeded from lane 1 because the crosswind was so affecting. So, but yeah, the conditions today are considerably better than last week.
Oh, you would say, I think, if you have like the track at the races, I think we'd say that today's track is good.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, very fair.
Yes.
Good, yeah, for sure. And I think I'm going to have a look at some of the faster times, or the times that were posted from last week, and see. I think we'll see some pretty quick times today because of that southerly and the fair conditions. And we've got a start. We've got a start of that final schoolboy year 9-10 Cox Quad Scale. So from right of screen, in lane 2, we've got Christian Brothers College. In lane 3, we've got Prince Alfred College. In lane 4, we've got St Peter's College. In lane 5, Unley High. In lane 6, St Peter's College. And in lane 7, Norwood Murray Alta.
Yes, as usual, in these long races, it's very hard, and with this angle of camera, it's very hard to say who might be in front. But they're all.
If I'm gonna place bets, I'm gonna say it'll be between St Peter's and Unley there, in
Right.
lane 5 and 6, because they're close to each other, and I reckon that St Peter's crew has gone out to a strong lead.
Yes. Yes, I think you're right, Joe. I think that the St Peter's College 1 crew there in lane 5 is doing quite well. They're certainly ahead of now the Norwood Moriata crew in lane 7.
Yep.
And yeah, certainly they've left the Unley High crew. Unley? Is there an Unley?
Yeah, so there's the Unley crew to the right
Yes.
of them
Yes.
in lane 5. So that St Peter's crew, St Peter's College 1 of William Barone, Ryan Fowler, Will Osborne, Eddie Hetherington and Philippe Scalzi coxing there. Considerable lead, and the all-important second place position to make it through to the A final. Who do you reckon is pushing up for that one? It's really hard to tell from this angle.
Well, the angle is difficult, but in lane 2 we have lane 3 we have Prince Alfred College, and because of the angle and making allowances and all of that, I would be saying that they're not doing too badly, although
I reckon CBC might be up with them too. That would be really cool.
yes, over there on the immediate right of screen is CBC. Next to them, travelling left, is Prince Alfred's. After that is one of the St Peter's College crews, then Unley High. Then the leading crew, right on the left of screen, is St Peter's College. To their right is the Norwood Moriata crew. So yes, it looks like your prediction was pretty good there, Joe. I'm sure that if you had that bet, you've got very short odds,
come
though.
on. You know, we've actually been talking about placing bets on races, but I think there might be a little bit of a conflict.
Well, there's all of that, but I'm sure the bookmakers would get some good inside information before they put their odds up.
Who's out of the boat? Who's been injured? Who's
Yes.
been sick this week? Oh, we might have some good odds on this boat. And
Who's hot and who's not.
Yeah,
yes.
exactly.
Yeah, so the St Peter's College 1 crew in lane 6 to the left of screen doing very well and well out in front.
They're just cruising there.
As they've already passed the 1,000 metres to go, and probably right into the 500 metres to go now.
That 500 metre mark, I forgot how much it hurt coming through there. Today has been a good kind of reminder, lesson about yourself.
It's what's going on in each individual oarsman or oars rower, each individual rower's head. I can remember getting 600 metres into a race and saying, I must train harder. It was that.
How good. Oh, no, it was really hard out there today. The Masters women's single was actually the hardest race I've had so far, I think.
Yes.
Because it's handicapped.
Yes, that's right. And those handicaps, you really have to work to get up. There's no keeping your eye on somebody and sitting on them. Or,
so I'm starting behind everyone else. It's really hard.
So looking very strong and comfortable after a very strong start and a first 1,000 metres with 200 metres to go. This St. Peter's College crew on your screen is comfortably, they're still working hard, but they're not raising the rating or getting extreme.
They're definitely just cruising. A lot of the time, if you've got a crew up against you or within distance of you, you'll absolutely take up the rate, strokes per minute through that final 250. Like you'll see the crews racing for the second position here. We'll be finishing really fast. So we've got a race between that St. Peter's and Unley crew. Sorry, beg your pardon. PAC and Unley crew, and I think PAC have edged out in front. And barring any issues, they will progress through to the final.
Yes, and issues are not beyond the Year 9-10 Cox Quad Scull. We've seen a couple already today.
Have you? Oh, I need to ask you about something, whether the camera caught it or not. So that was
St. Peter's, Prince Alfred second, and that's CBC in third, I think. And,
CBC in fourth. There was a crew that came over, that was the Unley crew in third, CBC in fourth. So those two will go through to the B final, and in fifth there is Noah Marialta.
Yes.
And there should be a sixth as well. Are we missing someone? Or there was a St. Peter's crew that went through that I missed.
Yes, there were
potentially.
two of them. Yes. Well, we don't claim perfection yet.
No.
So, yeah.
Far from. We will go back up to the 2,000 metre start now. That schoolgirl Coxed 4 will have started. Or perhaps they're still marshalling. Yep, they're still connected to the fingers there. So to give a bit of insight about what's happening up at the start line, we're being called onto the fingers in the style that you would at the national championships. So you have somebody call out who's in the racing, who's in the lanes. So they'll call you from lane 2 across, or lane 1, depending how many people are in the race, and you need to go on in that order. They count down the minutes to the start time, so you get a 5-minute, 4-minute, 3-minute and 2-minute warning. They're doing the roll calls today.
And it's a world standard ritual.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is not variable unless conditions are so extreme they're going to do a quick start. And there's complete mayhem and bedlam going on anyway because of wind and wave conditions.
So one of the things that the umpires do like to talk about is getting the young athletes used to that process, so that when they get to an important race, such as the state championships or such as the national championships, when they need to follow those protocols, they're not surprised.
Yes.
And they don't freak out, because it is really daunting when somebody calls you on and they say, okay, 2 minutes, and you're like, oh god, you get all really stressed out, and
all these things to do in 2 minutes, what should I be doing, and so forth and so forth. Yes.
But the older you get, the easier it becomes, I think.
Well, customary, just custom and practice makes it easier, but I don't think it takes away any of the tension. Yeah.
No, I tell you what, I was doing, oh, you didn't hear this. I was doing a couple of practice starts on the way up, which you're technically not allowed to do. You're not supposed to do any race pieces up in lane 0 on the way up to the top. But there was about 500 metres of clear water in front of me, and I was like, okay, I'll get a start in. And Paul Knight, one of the umpires, he turned to me and he said, I can start you. And I was like, oh, go on then. And as soon as somebody calls attention through a megaphone, you get this surge of adrenaline through you. Yes. And so I'm not even sitting on the start line, and I'm getting called on. And I'm like, okay, I've got to do it.
3 large breaths.
It's like, breathe and go. And just, yeah, it really does get ingrained in you in the starting procedure, and just muscle memory takes over, really.
Well, it's hard to be very calm in the first 3 strokes of the race. It is really, you really have to say, concentrate on stroke 1, stroke 2, stroke 3, and not get caught by the noise that goes on at the start. The other boats, coxswains yelling out, the whole business is something. And anyway, we have a start now in the next race, race 50, the schoolgirl coxed 4. And
so these are in divisions, they're not in heats. So these will race through and the winners will get medals.
Right.
So, yeah, last week we had heats and finals in the schoolgirl division. We have divisions, so they've just been randomly drawn and they will race as is.
So, right, and do these points, do they get points for what you'd call it, premiership points or that sort of thing? Do you know offhand?
I'm not sure about the school grade. Potentially for... No, because I think you have to be in a club race to get points, I think. But from right of screen in lane 2, we've got Seymour College 1. In lane 3, we've got Wilderness School 1. In lane 4, Norwood Murray Alta High. Great to see them out here today. They were out last week because of injury or illness, so good to see them there. In lane 5, we've got St Peter's Girls, and in lane 6 and 7, 2 Walford Anglican crews.
It looks like Walford is, both crews have got out to a very good start and would be leading by couple of lengths at this stage. We're probably 500 metres into the race, I think.
So if this is the Walford 4 that raced last week, they actually took out they won their division in the schoolgirl cox 4 last week. So, but there are 4 fours from Walford through this division. So I mean through this category. So we would be expecting to see Walford going out quite fast.
And they have. If you called the 2 crews on the left of your screen, if you called them in front, you would probably say that the 3rd crew is the Seymour College in just to the left of screen of the umpire's boat there.
Yep.
And next to them, I think...
I reckon that Seymour crew might actually be in front of that Walford 4 boat.
Right.
They might actually even be challenging that first boat. No, that's St Peter's Girls. That's not Walford. That's St Peter's Girls in lane 5.
Oh, so it is.
Perhaps that let me just check.
So I called these 2 crews as Walford, and they're not. The one on the right of screen is actually St Peter's Girls, Charlotte Parker, Miller Beret, Claire Romanyuk, Sophie Barr and Letitia Page Thompson, the coxswain.
So 2 of these girls raced the under-19 pair this morning.
Oh, right.
And they smashed everyone.
They did. And
ridiculous. Yes. How are they going that fast?
Yes.
I think a couple of the open women were a little bit surprised, to say the least. That was their first race as a pair.
Well, how good is that? Because the pair is extremely difficult. To have those two rowers in your schoolgirl cox 4 is just brilliant. So they're probably the crew to be watching in this race.
I would suggest that that's their top 4. I'm not sure if St Peter's have an 8 out today. They've got 2 4s, and yet there's. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think there is a schoolgirl 8. So they haven't. Walford have entered, and Wilderness have entered the open women's 8, and quite a few crews have entered the 2nd grade women's 8, as this is a club event, full regatta. There are less school races. So yes, that would be St Peter's Girls top 4. And Seymour do have 2 8s, 3 8s.
And speaking of Seymour, what we have on the screen as we look, bottom of the screen is a Seymour College crew, and above them we see a Wilderness crew. But you can see that the The Seymour crew is lengths ahead of the...
Rowing very tidy there.
Yes, indeed.
A lot of length. Ooh, bit of a wobble, but a lot of length from that crew.
Yes.
Of Farah McConnell Soltis, Lauren Malingre, Lucy Cole, Chloe Pocock, and Phoebe Arbon Coxing, coached by Daisy Richards. That's a fast crew.
Yes, and the camera is going to show us who's away on the other side of the course and who's in front. And so
that's the Walford crew.
That's the Walford crew.
And here's the St. Peter's girls. Yeah, I would suggest that these girls would be looking to either take out or row this class of boat at either the national championships or the state championships. But yeah, really well done to St. Peter's girls there. So
St. Peter's girls first in the schoolgirl Cox 4, and it looks as though...
Yeah, that Walford Anglican 2 crew, I think.
Yes, I think you're right.
So I think we've had a scratching from the Walford 4 boat.
Yes. So that's check. And here we have in the foreground the Seymour College crew, just coming into third place. This is the Wilderness crew of Ella Hazeldine, Sophie Ryan, Imogen Rivas, Megan Catt and Charlie Bauer. The Cox's head you can just see poking up there from the canister that you're lying in the front of the boat.
I love their pink hats. It's a really good contrast. It's great. I think it's awesome that the groups, get together and put a little flair on their own crew.
Yes.
And we've just got Norwood Marialta just finishing off that last race there, coming through the final 500. So yeah, having been injured and ill last week, I think it's we're glad to see them out. They may have a little bit of regrouping to do to come through and start competing with some of these. Well, obviously some of the top crews here in SA in the schoolgirl Cox 4. I'd be interested to see that time from the St. Peter's girls, considering last week the winning time in the schoolgirl Cox 4, or the fastest time posted, was actually in the heats, an 8:22. It was an 8:25 in the final, but the conditions were worse then.
That's less than 2 strokes.
Yeah, it's not much. Yes. 3 seconds is not much, but it can be the difference between first and last.
Yes, indeed. For the again, the Division 2 of this category has just started, and there's again over 2,000 metres. A held start. That means the back of the boat is held, and by people lying on the pontoon, and they get an exact fair start then, down to almost 3 or 4 centimetres if they're really serious about it.
So from the right of screen in lane 2, we've got Walford Anglican. In lane 3, we've got St. Peter's Girls. In lane 4, we've got Walford Anglican. In lane 5, Wilderness School. In lane 6, St. Ignatius. Again, good to see them out here today. They scratched last week, all their crews. So great St. Ignatius for being down here. And in lane 7, we've got Seymour College.
Well, I think when I first had a look, it was the crew in lane 1, which would be the Walford, I thought probably had a margin, allowing for the angle and all of that sort of thing. But the crew in front of us at the moment is, in fact, Seymour College 2 crew, and that's Emma Thuss, Ava Katsaris, Ruby Schwartz, Ella Karacha, and with Ceci Walker coxing them. That's the St. Ignatius crew there. The red caps and the very distinguished oars. So
yeah, St. Ignatius actually row out of and have a relationship with one of the clubs here. So they're rowing in Riverside Rowing Club equipment.
I was about to say, but those look like Riverside oars.
Yeah, so it's really good, and I think Ignatius being one of the public schools and not having quite the depth of funds to fund their own boat shed, I think it's really good for them to create a relationship with a club like that.
It's a everyone wins there.
Yeah.
The club then is supporting rowing by getting younger people into it and supporting them. And the of course this happened long ago when I was young, when Torrens Rowing Club took in CBC.
Oh,
and
no way.
Some of those people from some of those few years are still hanging on rowing at Torrens. So
there you go.
It's very good for the club to have that happen.
Absolutely.
Very good for the schools that aren't as well resourced as others.
And I think it's interesting because a lot of the more developing schools will do that. So I think the last school to come into the school's premiership series was probably Loretto. I think they were, or St. Peter's Girls, and they do still develop relationships. Loretto do now have their own shed. St. Peter's Girls have just bought some racking. So it's really good to see for the sport to get more schools in, higher levels of competition, and just a bigger spread. It's more inclusive. But yeah, Walford, a very established rowing school, looking very tidy here. I think that's the Walford Anglican
one, yes,
one on screen. Yep, so that's Imogen Alford, Gina Southcott. That's a pretty famous name, Southcott, in the rowing world, SA rowing world here. Lily Richter, Isabella Worth, and Molly Olafson, coached by Pat I, taking care of that program over there.
They're on left bottom of screen and now they've just brought in across there the Seymour College screen, which lines up with the umpire's boat, and again to the right of them is the Wilderness School with the lighter colours, and now coming into right. So
this Walford crew looking really, really dominant here, rowing really well. Pat would be really pleased with that. Really tidy. I think we would have a definite race. I think this might be quite a competitive crew. Let me check. I wonder if they were the crew that won last week. But look at that.
Yes.
Leagues back to the next crew. I think at least 100 metres, and it's a bit of a race between Walford and Seymour there. I think Walford might just be a little bit more tidy, might just have their sequencing on a little bit better than the Seymour crew. Yep, and just pulling away there. Well done, girls.
And the angle of the camera speeds them up as well. So they get virtual speed as well as actual. So on the far side, Seymour has just crossed the line. And here comes St. Ignatius in the middle of your screen. Lara Painter, Rosie Kavanagh, Imogen Graham, Violet Rosso, Antonia Emma Thus, and I've skipped Antonia De Angelis as their cox.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I reckon that Walford crew, that Walford crew that won there would again be one of the crews that would potentially be going for, say, a state championships or a national championships crew. They're pulled out of the 8. I think they might be there, potentially their top 4, but that's pure conjecture.
That's the St. Peter's Girls crew coming to the finish as we speak.
And we'll move over to the schoolboy Cox 4 now. Just one division for that one, so that's a straight final. They're coming through the 1,000 as we speak. So from right of screen there, we will have St. Ignatius in lane 1. Oh, we've got an 8-lane race here. How exciting. St. Ignatius in lane 1, Unley High in lane 2, St. Ignatius in lane 3, St. Peter's College in lane 4, Norwood Marialta in lane 5, Scotch College in lane 6, St. Peter's College in lane 7, and Christian Brothers in lane 8.
So at the start, apart from all the usual noise of crews just a few metres from each other are making lots of noise they take off, you also have to throw in this is a coxed 4 race, so you have the coxswains yelling out as well. It's very exciting.
I love listening to coxswains off the start. Oh, it's great. Sometimes, a lot of a lot of energy goes into those first few strokes, because if you can take them cleanly and get out in front, like you feel really confident about taking the rest of the race. It's so much easier to keep pushing if you can see people behind you. If you're trying to claw back a lead that somebody else has got, it's a little bit heartbreaking.
And yet you're less relaxed. You're likely to tense up. You're likely to not do as well as you could. So on the screen at the moment, left of screen, Christian Brothers. Next to them, in the lane next to them, in lane 7 is St. Peter's College. And Scotch there in the unmistakable gold. And St. Peter's College 1 crew there in the middle. The
Unley. The next lane would be St. Ignatius, but next crew would be Unley.
Yes.
Interesting that there's 2 St. Ignatius 4s coming through when they haven't entered an 8. So a lot of these other school crews have entered 8s. So in the open men's 8, St. Peter's and Scotch have both entered crews up against the top club crews. And they've also got, in the second grade 8, St. Peter's have their second 8, and Scotch also have their second 8 in that race as well. So these crews from St. Peter's and Scotch you would think would be athletes number 17 on.
Yes. Okay, and for athletes who are number 17 on, the 2 St. Peter's crew, nearest the camera, of course, is St. Peter's College 1, and just off screen to the left is St. Peter's College. Yep. So, yes, there they are in screen now, with St. Peter's College 1 ahead of the other St. Peter's College crew. And depending on who's on the right of screen, that is CBC in the middle of the screen at the moment, and on the right is Scotch College. But it looks like the St. Peter's College 1 will come through comfortably.
They're looking really good here. They're looking smooth. They're looking relaxed, like you were saying, not tense at all. Just really cruising along here. They're not really picking up the rate. Looking very tidy. A little bit of backsplash off those blades there. Maybe a little bit of lunge into the catch there, but boats sitting pretty level, and they will cruise to a very comfortable win there. Well done, St. Peter's College.
Yes, the length is very evident, particularly if you have a look, just concentrate on one row, they're getting really well forward.
And we've got a race for, I think, the 3rd position. So that crew coming through there would be the Unley High crew of Diego Tovar Gallo, Xander Puglisi, Joseph Neat, Connor Donnellan, and Izzy Hall as a Cox. I'm so sorry about those names there.
Yes.
Or is no, sorry, that's them at the bottom of the screen there. My apologies.
They were. So it's the other St. Peter's.
That was the
College
other St. Peter's crew. Yep. Yep.
That's Scotch finishing now, and CBC just after them.
And this is the second St. Ignatius crew.
Yes. Well, they may be building towards an 8 next year if they've got 2 4s in the schoolboy Cox 4.
I think you would expect them to row an 8 at head of the river if they've got this depth. They would be competing in that 8. But yeah, really cruisy here. They'd probably be rating perhaps in the high 20s. But yeah, just getting a feel for that race, as they didn't have last week. This would be one of their first races out.
Yes, of course they were. They were scratched last week, but conditions weren't so good. And
if you weren't that experienced, I don't blame them for scratching last week.
Yeah, sometimes there's nothing to be gained by rowing when you know that you'll be in conditions that you're very, very difficult to handle.
All right, now we've got a couple of the big boats coming through. I'm really excited about these ones. So these ones, the pace will get picked up a little bit quicker. You'll see the rate a little bit higher than those 4s. When the boat is moving faster, you can effectively take more strokes because you're not slowing the boat down by moving forward together. What are we going to see come out of this second grade women's 8? So from lane 2, from right of screen, you've got Walford Anglican in lane 3, Scotch College 1 in lane 4, Unley High in lane 5, Seymour College in lane 6, Scotch College 2 in lane 7, Seymour, and in lane 8, Loretto have boated their 8 today. How exciting.
Well, and again, perhaps
I reckon
perhaps
that Santa Crew.
Centre of the course is probably doing.
So that would be the Seymour. Seymour Crew.
Scotch? No.
Yeah, potentially Scotch pushing up there. So Scotch.
No, it's not Scotch. No, I got a little confused.
I reckon that Scotch Crew in lane 3 might be pushing up. But yes, that's the Seymour Crew.
In the dark rowing suit in the middle with Scotch above and to the right on the screen.
This would be the girls, aside from the Walford crew, this would be the girls' first 8s rowing through on this one, I would say, except for those crews that might have pulled out their top 4s to race them in the 4s division, which is really interesting. As a coach, it's really interesting how different coaches do different things. They like to play games with one another, and people think that they've got something in the bag because they raced them last week and they weren't that strong, and then all of a sudden these 4 big girls come back into the boat.
So as we come along here now, and we're approaching the halfway mark in this 2,000 metre race, on the far side of the course left of screen, we have Loretto Marriotteville with their very distinctive now black oars.
Yeah.
And probably in the middle we have Seymour College, who are...
I reckon they're neck and neck with Scotch there.
Oh, it's Scotch as well, because the angle always upsets us.
Yes. Don't you dare forget that angle. So last week... looking at those results from last week, it was really interesting to see. Seymour were out in front with a very, very small margin back to Scotch. So only 1.86 seconds in it. Seymour coming through with a 7:07. So we would expect, if they haven't done what I was talking about before and pulled their top crew, their top 4 out to race the 4, we would expect to see Seymour come through in this race.
Well, their oars certainly look very good at this stage. They're
really nice and clean there.
Yes.
Cleaving into the water well. So that would be under Dukes. Dukes has taken over the program. Catherine McDougall taken over the Seymour College program. Really exciting. And Scotch College.
Yes, here's the crew. There are 2 Scotch Colleges crews on screen at the moment. The bottom one is the Scotch College Adelaide 1, and
I would suggest that they had a couple of dirty strokes there. I was going to say perhaps not as tidy around the front end as that Seymour crew, but definitely a lot of what's in that boat. A lot of strength in that boat of Charlotte Durant, Lulu Colgrave, Sabine Keenan, Imogen Mons, Alexis Dorogi, Sophie Hurst, Matilda Scholes, Grace Seppelt, and Evie McRitchie Coxing, coached by Bryn Coudray. That's a fairly strong name in the sport, I would say.
Yes, I think so. On screen at the moment, top of screen, black oars, Loretto Convent College, history there. And in the immediate foreground, we have, of course, the Seymour College crew. That is, if I'm not mistaken, comfortably in front at this stage. But it's hard to tell where the Scotch is over here, just off screen on the right at the moment.
Scotch picking up their rate to stay in front of that Loretto crew. It will be a race for second between Scotch and Loretto. Scotch in lane 3 and Loretto in lane 8. But Seymour definitely really dominant through here, looking really clean, really long. Well done to Seymour. And how are we going? Yep, Scotch. Yes. Scotch in second. I think
2.5 lengths back, I suppose. Yes.
And Loretto doing well to hold off Walford here. So that's the Loretto crew coming through on the far side, and Walford coming through in 4th position. And yeah, a bit of a spread out race here. I think in 5th position we will have Unley. Really good to see them racing. And over on that far side, I think is Seymour 2.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, Seymour 3. But we don't have a Seymour College 2. Interesting. And the second, Scotch 8 as well.
Yes.
So great depth from those programs boating 2/8s. And interestingly, that Loretto crew is, I am not sure if any of them are seniors. A couple of them are inters and a couple of them are really young.
Right.
Year 8, 9s.
Okay, but a nice standard of rowing.
Yeah,
too.
it's great.
Very good.
I honestly think that the women's racing in SA is more exciting than the men's at the moment. I'm not biased at all, am I, Kevin?
Well, rowing is one of the sports where women get a fair go.
Yeah.
They're measured equally, and it's nice to see that the Queen's Cup gets the attention that it didn't used to get.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, we got a race here. This is, I would like to disclaim my bias. These are my girls on the far side, far left of screen. So that's Adelaide Uni. We've got Wilderness in lane 5. I think we've had a scratching from Walford here. We're not seeing them on screen. Yep, Walford Anglican 1 have scratched. Yep, and that was their 4. So very good. So this is the Wilderness crew that surprised everyone last week and came 3rd in the schoolgirl 8. So rowing really well there under Eleanor Trovis's guidance. So that's the crew of Charlie Lawrence, Amelia Goss, Bianca Rowan, Millie Jackson, Zara Hodley, Georgina Birchall, Emma Jolly, Portia Marshall, and Olympia Andre in the coxswain seat. But yes, this rivalry between Uni and ARC is well known. It's something that you can feel in the club atmosphere. This boat of Adelaide Rowing Club, Peter Terrell, Katie Luscombe, Erica Webb, Maya Hodge, Mika Webb, Sophie Waters, Sophie Neary, Anna Collins and Bonnie Hall in the coxswain seat, coached by Ron Mobbs, rowing really well. But I reckon they just don't have it over the AUBC girls over the far side.
So
what can I say?
Anna Collins is rowing for Adelaide now. She
was an old Torrens girl, yeah.
Yes. Yes, but look, I think your girls are probably going to
looking really good.
Yes.
So from the bow seat there, we've got Sophie Tickner, Isabel Watson, Talila McCarthy, Karis Jones, Jemima Richter. That's not Georgia Kelly. I think that's Isabel Higgins. Sophie Radford and Cleo Watson with Amy Caritas as a cox. Looking good, girls. Well done. Black Rain. Loving that. And a little bit of distance back to a race between that ARC and Wilderness crew. Woof. Wildy doing well to push up on that Adelaide crew.
Yes.
Definitely not ARC's strongest 8, not the 8 that you will see at state championships. We'll have 2 of the sassy girls slot into that boat of Caitlin Nicholson and Ella Bramwell. They don't generally, they're off on a bike ride now, I think, or Ella's actually coaching today, but they will slot in for their top 8 at state championships. But Verena won't, because excitingly she just got invited to the national selection trials.
Oh, right.
In the lightweight sculling group, so that's really exciting, but that unfortunately falls on the same weekend as state champs.
Okay. So what we have now is race 55 on your program, again a 2,000 metre race.
Race 55 and 56.
Ah, together.
Yep.
Yes,
So I was confused there for a second, but they have put the second grade men's 8 and the open men's 8 in together, and here we'll have that rivalry again. But I reckon the schoolboys will be challenging those top crews there.
And in the lanes 1 to 4 from nearest this side of you have the second grade men's 8, and in lanes 5 to 8 on the far side of the screen you have the open men's 8. So two races, 2 groups of 4. So presently we're looking at the open men's 8, 3 of the open men's 8 crews. What?
I'm confused.
I'm suddenly confused myself.
No, I'm worried now. Our men's 8 aren't there. What happened to AUBC men's 8? Anyway, back to the race. So it will be interesting to see if ARC can hold off that St. Peter's boys crew. St. Peter's boys really, really dominant last week. They stamped all over. There was 200 metres of clear water back to the second crew. And so it is good for them to have a race in the open men's 8 up against the Adelaide crew of Cooper Williams, Josh Dunstan, James Price, Xavier Barnett, Ethan Mons, Drew Clements, Matthew Nielsen, Tim Santon and Alana Gilsmore as the cocks. So some of these boys will be in the King's Cup, and a lot of people within this group will be pushing into state teams. AUBC in lane 1.
Yes. Lane 2.
Interesting. Okay, so Adelaide Uni. They've entered 2 crews and they haven't. Okay, so if we went to the live, they would have scratched. They've scratched their open men's 8, and it's the crew rowing in the second grade men's 8, which is actually our first 8. So there will be a race between lane 1, which will be out of touch with the race on the far side between ARC and St. Peter's. So we want to see that crew in lane 1 as well. So if we can pull back and see the full field, because we want to see where these 3 crews who should, definitely be up on the top of the field. So there they are on screen there. So I cannot tell you who's out in front here. I honestly, I think it's the schoolboys. The schoolboys taking it to the more experienced club rowers. And look how clean and tidy they are rowing. James would be very, very pleased at this result.
Right. Well, it's pretty clear now, even with the angle, that it's St. Peter's College schoolboys crew ahead of the Adelaide crew for the open men's 8.
And you can just see them so in control, rowing longer, rowing more direct around that front end, and they've got a length on ARC and AUBC finishing fast. Where are they going to finish? About a length back to AUBC as well. Interesting. This is a good precursor. This is the last hit out before the state championships. That's St. Peter's College, Scotch College, beg your pardon, and St. Peter's College coming through. And a race here, Norwood Morialta trying to hold off their St. Peter's College. Oh, Scotch. I've done it again.
Yes, and I think they will. It looks like Norwood Morialta will hold off the Scotch crew.
Doing well. Yeah, absolutely. Really, really pleased to see Norwood boating that 8. So a bit to think about. I can see those boys coming through and trying to re-watch that footage. Fast finish from AUBC, but St. Peter's boys coming out on top. I wonder if they're going to do what they did a couple of years ago and enter the open men's 8 and try and upset it.
Yes. I also must confess a certain favouritism towards Norwood Morialta. I taught there for
there you go.
Several years.
I'm actually doing a little bit of coaching there.
Oh, well, there you go.
You can see the boat holders and umpires coming in. We are going to go to a break. Big thanks to Livestreaming Australia to support us for this live stream. We will be back at about 1:35 to commentate for that first race, the third grade women's cox quad, at 1:40.
Very good.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
see if the daughter's around somewhere here. aren't going according to plan. You've got to make changes there. He's just in a shitty mood, like he's only getting 5 hours of sleep a night, just up by like Friday.
What it is. It was quite good at home last week.
Right.
practice as well. I'll start. So here we are. After the luncheon break, we're back on the water for the third grade women's Cox Quad Division 1. There are 2 divisions in this, so this is the first of 2 races. It's 1,000 metres, third grade women Cox Quad, and we have 4 or 5. I think we have only 4. I think that the Norwood Moriata crew, are they?
Haven't quite started.
Oh, they haven't quite started. They must
just
mean,
lining up.
Right. But you'll see on the far side, on the left-hand side of your screen, on the far side of the course, you have the Adelaide Rowing Club's quad. Next to them is the Seymour College 2 quad, and coming across there is another. That's the Marriotteville. Marriotteville is now distinctive by the black blades on their oars.
And they're off.
And they're off now.
So we've got that Seymour crew there in lane 4, and I happen to know that one of the young rowers in there, Olivia Locke, in grade 7, this is her very first race, so great experience for these young girls.
And that's the crew on the immediate right of your screen, on the right of the screen at the moment.
And there's quite a wide variety of experience in this race. There's a coach rowing for Adelaide Rowing Club there, Zara. So there's quite a mixture.
As an individual oarsman, if you you're in the third grade, which is the lowest of the grades, except perhaps for novice, and you have some success at this level, you will become a second grade rower, and so on up. So we're presently looking at
Seymour.
At Seymour, yes.
In their new Zooties, looking very smart. So we've got Lucinda Chow, Jessica Lobban, Jessica Myers, Olivia Locke, and the Cox is Harriet Foster.
And the next crew across that we're looking at now on the right of screen is in fact Loretto at Marriotteville, and they are very spanky off the start. Their rating is up, and they're looking very clean in the water. So they'll be. I judge that they would be a crew that is looking to get an early lead. You'll see that they are somewhat more skillful, perhaps, than the other crew on scene, which is the other Seymour crew, and they've already put clear water between themselves. On the left-hand side of screen now is the Adelaide Rowing Club crew of Zara Rippon, Madison Cook Palm, Amelia Adams and Catherine Price, with Annika Jones coxing them. As these are third grade and therefore not highly experienced, you'll notice that they have coxswain. As the grades go up, generally they drop coxes out of quads, which they expect they ought to be able to steer themselves.
And the steering, for those of you who don't know, is done with a foot plate, so it adds a whole new challenge for the stroke seat.
Yeah, that's when you don't have a coxswain. That foot plate steering is beyond me.
It's beyond most of us, I think.
Yes.
So the Loretto crew looking very good there, and the Adelaide Rowing Club crew also up in the same wheelhouse.
I think that the Adelaide crew may be rowing a little bit longer than the Loretto crew and rating a little lower.
You'll notice on both these crews they've got really nice blade height. The blades are nice and close to the water. Allows you to just drop that blade in for the catch.
They're very close. Whilst on the screen it appears that Adelaide is ahead, I doubt that that is the case. I think they're probably far too close to call. I think that Loretto's doing very well and perhaps moved to the front, but I wouldn't be discounting Adelaide at this stage. They seem, if they can get their rating up, things, well, yes, and this is a 1,000-metre race, and we are well past the halfway mark.
So that Loretto crew, Lucy Hoskins, Emily Lang, Isabella Deans and Eliza Hogg. And the Cox is Lucy Cornish.
Well, any chance that Adelaide was ever going to happen has disappeared because any run that they had left in them was left far too late. So first of all, across the line is the Loretto crew. Second is the Adelaide crew.
Looks like we've got the Seymour College 2 crew coming in third place in lane 6. It's Winnie Brown, Holly Ellis, Annie Grave, Edwina Witten and the Cox's Daisy Law.
And they're doing very well. Never mind that they're not winning. There's a lot of learned skill in that boat.
And they're not rushing it, they're not panicking, their strokes are nice and long. They're looking to be working well as a crew. And the Seymour College 4 just coming in now. Remembering these are Year 7 girls. These are fairly new experiences for them, so they're doing a fantastic job. Now we're up to race 58, the 3rd grade women's Cox Quad. This is the same race but Division 2, so another 1,000-metre race. And we've got 6 crews in this race. Not quite, looks like.
Yes, 1, 2.
Yeah. It looks like they've just taken off.
Yes, there are 6 crews here.
So it looks like we've got Port Adelaide in lane 2 on the right of screen, and then Seymour College 1 in lane 3.
Well,
there might be
that crew there.
Seymour College 3 maybe just out of their lane and coming back into the lane now. Not clear yet.
I can see the red hats of Goolwa there, right in the middle of the screen now.
Lane 5.
And we would be looking for Norwood Moriata crews in lanes 6 and 7. And I'm not sure I see a Norwood Moriata crew in lane 6.
Only in 7.
So again, 1,000 metres. And well settled down, looking to the middle of the race now.
Port Adelaide crew in lane 2 looking fairly strong at this point. From this angle, a bit hard to tell, but from here they're looking good. Sammy Corrigan, Lara Harsanyi, Lottie Prow and Laura Tibbetts, and the Cox is Ella Prow.
So at this stage, very difficult to call. It may be that on the far side of the course, in lane 7, the Norwood Moriata crew, the Goolwa crew there in lane 5, and the Seymour crew. That's quite close, I think, because the angle will have this Port Adelaide crew here well favoured by the end of the race. So it's a good race at this stage.
That wind has picked up a little bit. It's now blowing from the west, so the girls will feel this when they come across that open water.
So they're pretty much at the middle of the race now. That Goolwa crew looks fairly calm and considered. The Goolwa crew is Jackie Woodhead, Tina Wilson, Judith Younger and Steph Wilden. Steph Wilden, the stroke, is an experienced oarsman there in the Goolwa crew. So when two crews get alongside each other like they are now, these two crews on the screen, the race becomes sometimes a race between two crews, and they just look at where they are. the picture is good enough that you can, in that case, you could actually see in the Port Adelaide crew, you could actually see the coxswain talking to his crew. There he is again. You can see he's saying, giving them all sorts of instructions as to where they are and what they might be doing.
He's not mic'd up either.
No, so he'd be yelling.
He's smiling.
Well, that's nice to see that there's some joy on the water. And they're probably just ahead of the Seymour College crew alongside of them. Bridget Wells, Ellie Wenk, Lucy Pocock, Kira Fogarty with Lexi Dennis stroking them. Coxing them, I mean. And we're into the last 250 now, and it looks like... where's Galway? Oh no, Galway's back. It looks like Port Adelaide is going to win this as they come down to the line from in lane 4. In lane 3, Seymour College won.
Cool, getting a lot of encouragement from the crowd.
Yes. Crew immediately there in their screen at the moment is the Norwood Moriata crew over there in lane 7. And that was Jack the Kelpie over there on the microphone.
We've got the other Seymour College crew coming in now. This is Seymour College 3, Abby Jones, Adelaide Salou, Izzy Archer, Maggie Seamer, and the Cox is Lavenna Akil.
And they are a younger crew, obviously getting a hit out in the 3rd grade. Just for experience and getting them ready for, getting them racing experience actually. No, none of it's novel and none of it's surprising.
Nearly there, girls.
Are we there yet?
Are we there yet? Oh. But yes, great experience for them, just to get used to the starts, the pain, the end.
And this race, which we're seeing now coming up to halfway through, is the 3rd grade men's coxed quad, Division 1. There'll be a Division 2 race, the next race after this. So the camera is showing us at this stage Adelaide University over there in lane 8. Judy Sherman, Noel Manzera, Heath McLeod, Charlie Moore are the coxes. Alacog Tunny, or Alico Tunny, just depending how you want to say it. This is a St. Peter's College 1 crew, rowing strongly. But they'll shortly be up on the Red Boys, but I think even despite the angle, I think the Adelaide University crew has a comfortable 2 or 3 length lead there.
I've actually got 4 St. Peter's crews in this race, well represented. And you can just see a Norwood Morialta crew there. That's the St. Peter's 6 crew we're watching. James Gasperin, Archie Bater, William White and Ben Northcote, with Liam Mukashar as Cox.
And again, although they're in a 3rd grade men's coxed quad, they are fairly evidently schoolboys. And this is this crew there, nearest the camera now, is the Norwood Moriata crew, who are doing quite well in this race, I must say. They won't catch the leading 2 boats. Whoops, whoops, a bit of a shipwreck there with the university crew. But
looks
2 seats dropped out and St. Peter's would be well aware of that through their coxswain, so they will be trying to cover the ground. But
they've seen an opportunity, but
yes, I don't think there'll be time. Not enough space.
Adelaide Uni valiantly rowing on and have made it.
And they've got it down to about a canvas there with Adelaide Uni winning.
The other Norwood Morialta.
Yes,
crew coming in third. That's an excellent row from them.
Yes. Eric Yang in the bow, Ethan Hedges, Abdul Rahman Farah, Dylan Jones and Joseph Brennan, Liam Whitehouse. There might have been a couple of substitutions there, and Fletcher Tefler.
This is the St. Peter's College 6. And the St. Peter's College 5 coming in now. In that crew, we have Fergus Lamp Brooks, Jake Richardson, Lachlan Bishop Spalding, Stellan Stockman, and Cox's Harry Burns. Now we're straight up to race 60, which is the Division 2 of that race, the third grade men's Coxed Quad, over 1,000 metres. Should have 7 contenders in this one, with Norwood Morialta in lane 1, lane 2, make that lane 2, and right across to lane 8 we've got St. Peter's College 2. Next to them in 7 is St. Peter's College 3, and then Phoenix, who have come out strong.
Yes, well again it's the schoolboys against adults here. You can see the different body.
You can see the size difference.
Size difference, yes, quite clearly.
Norwood Morialta there and Port Adelaide on the other side of the umpires.
And that'll be only on the right of screen. That's not only St. Peter's College.
Yeah.
I thought I could see stripes on the rowing suits.
St. Peter's 4.
We might be looking for another Norwood Morialta high crew in lane 2, but not immediately evident. Yes, there they are. There they are, and their rating is right down. I think they might be here. Look,
they might have
only 2 of the people are rowing, so they will be quite slow. They've joined in again. There must have been a bit of a shipwreck, I think. They've settled it down again, and they're back in business.
I noticed the third seat wasn't squaring blades then, so perhaps there is a technical issue there too.
There could be something going on.
I'm joined at the moment by Ash Fitch, coach from Torrens Rowing Club and Prince Alfred College. Great to have you here, Ash. Thanks for joining us.
Great to be here. Thanks for having me.
So we're just watching the end of race 59 with Norwood Morialta just coming in at the end there. And then we'll shift across to some of the finals. So the one we're looking at the moment is race 61, which is the Schoolgirl Year 9-10 Cox Quad Scull B grade final. And this is a 1,500 metre race. So Ash might be able to talk us through what that feels like.
So these are the finals for the Year 9-10 Schoolgirls Cox Squad. On the Club Regatta days, they run a heat system, then with a B final and an A final. So as opposed to school events where they'll come down in their A crews or B crews or C crew events, in club days everyone comes down together in the heats and then gets sorted out. So you tend to have a bit more hot competition in both the B final and the A final. So just in this race, lane 2, Scotch College; in lane 3, Unley High; in lane 4, St Peter's Girls; in lane 5, Wilderness School 1; in lane 6, Wilderness School number 2; in lane 7, Seymour College 1; and in lane 8, Seymour College number 2.
Watching the two Seymour College crews fight it out at the moment. Probably a bit of rivalry there, I would imagine.
And looks like they're just coming through 500 metres to go. And it seems like those two Seymour crews are just out in front at the moment, with Seymour 1 just having the lead over their compatriots from Seymour 2.
Looks like one of the Wilderness crews doing pretty well there too. And Unley High doing quite nicely as well.
So it still looks like a commanding lead here to the Seymour College number 1 crew. The crew is Zali Grudnoff, Missy Shearer, Gabby Manifold, Amelia Linton and Erin Webster. Coached by Tristan Perkins, who's been around the coaching scene for a long time here. Former PAC First 8 rower, Tristan Perkins, and State Youth Cup representative back from in the day, and he's doing a good job here with the Seymour crew. Just a little misstroke there, but looks very tidy with the blade work out the front turn. And those Seymour College crews coming down what looks like their new racing strip. And still a commanding lead over, it looks like, Wilderness School number 1, who's coming down in 3rd place.
So Seymour College 1, Zali Goodnoff, Missy Shearer, Gabby Manifold, Amelia Linton, and the Cox is Erin Webster. So they're doing really well there.
And the crew putting in a finishing burst here, just coming across the line. Clear water win, 3 lengths to the Seymour College crew. What if they win?
Just watching the Unley High crew finish that race, and followed by the Scotch crew in lane 2. St Peter's girls coming through. This is about the time you just feel like you're going to die, isn't it?
Yeah, there's not much oxygen going around the brain at this point. It's a lot of blood through the legs. The legs are burning, the lungs are burning.
And yet you'd never know to look. Just, it looks so effortless in a way, but the body's really working hard there. Now we've got race 62. This is the A final for that same category. Schoolgirl Year 9-10 Coxed Quad Skull, 1,500 metres again.
So they're well down the course, about the halfway mark or even further down the course at the moment. In lane 1, Nord Moriata. In lane 2, Wolford Anglican 3. In lane 3, Scotch College. In lane 5, Wolford Anglican number 2. In lane 6, Scotch College number 2 crew. In lane 7, St Peter's Girls number 1. And in lane 8, Unley High 1. And so these crews would have all qualified through some tough heat racing this morning. Qualified for the A final, which is usually no mean feat. And duking it out with some great racing here.
Scotch are rowing pretty strongly there in lane 3.
Looks like a very tidy performance from the Scotch crew here. The rates up. Some high rates across the field here. Some high rates from Scotch in the competition. It looks like a very composed performance from this Scotch crew, under a bit of pressure from the other crews on the course. So this Scotch College number 1 crew, at bow seat, Emily Wakeland, Brianna Crow, Heidi Bleschke, Lily Atsik-Barsis, Tilly Jeffries, that's the Cox, and coach Joyce Jollins. And looks like one of the rowers has stopped. Not sure what's happened here. It doesn't look like she's caught a crab. So it looks like there might be an equipment malfunction in that Scotch boat, which is a shame. But
very disappointing.
The bow 3 are still pulling along hard, so hopefully everything's all right in that crew. They're trying to haul themselves across the line in second place, with Wolford School number 2 bearing up on them quickly. And looks like that Scotch College crew fixed the equipment malfunction to come across the line second, just in front of Wolford number 2. St Peter's Girls number 1 crew, a couple lengths back, just ahead of the Scotch College number 2 crew. Followed by Unley High 1. And a close battle here, no, sorry, Nord Moriata and Wolford Anglican 3, just ahead of that Unley 1 crew. There's a close race there at the end.
So we're up to race 63. Schoolboy Year 9-10 Cox Quad Skull. This is the C grade final, and again it's over 1,500 metres.
So the C final, so same as the girls. These crews would have all had to go through the heat process this morning. And the race is underway. In lane 1, Unley High number 2 crew. In lane 2, St Peter's College 8. So showing a lot of depth there in the St Peter's program with 8 Year 9-10 crews racing today. That's a huge amount of boys. In lane 3, Nord Moriata High School number 3 crew. In lane 4, St Peter's College number 2. In lane 5, Nord Moriata number 1. In lane 6, St Peter's number 6. In lane 7, St Peter's College number 7 crew. And in lane 8, Norwood Moriata number 2. So Saints versus the rest here, I think 4 and 4.
Yeah, they're a bit outnumbered. They might have slightly better conditions now than what they had in their heats this morning.
There was a big gust of wind that came down earlier today, and it looks like it's flattened out just into a nice, easy tailwind, which should help out times. So all those coaches out there trying to see how fast their crews are, trying to measure up before the school series next weekend, should get some good times on these ones.
St Peter's College 7 looking pretty strong here.
So they got amazing depth in this Saints program to have a number 7 crew who are looking really tidy. Just clean rowing, long rowing as well from the Saints crew, and moving well together. So it looks like at least the top 2 spots being taken up by St. Peter's crews here. And also the Unley High crew on the near side. So it looks like they're rowing tidily, nice and flat strokes.
So it's looking a bit like St. Peter's College 8. Might take this one out. Got a fair way to go though.
I think that St. Peter's College crew in the middle looks like they're starting to move through in the later stages of this race. So the crew of Ted Bond, Henry Marshall, Edward Newman, Albert Howard, coxed by Thomas Whiteman. They look like they've lifted up the beat a few points here. Starting their build towards the line, and this looks like
really good, aren't they? Their timing's great.
Looks like a confident win here from this St. Peter's crew, although early days, still a few hundred metres to go. And the St. Peter's crew has just lifted their rate of striking again. It's a little bit of chop on the water at the moment, but seem to be handling the conditions quite well as they move through to the line.
You can really see the boat run in that crew when you look at them against other crews. They're moving along really nicely. Really see the cocks putting in the calls there, spurring them along.
And a good lift to the line from the St. Peter's crew as they cross through in first. It's St. Peter's College 2, followed by, I think, the St. Peter's College number 7 crew, who've managed to outduke St. Peter's College number 6. So we've been a little bit of inter-school bragging rights there. Followed by Nord Marietta.
Good effort by Unley High there.
Yeah, I missed them coming through. And the next Nord Marietta crew coming across the line now, followed by St. Peter's College number 8.
And now we've got race 64. This is the B final for the same division, Schoolboy Year 9-10 Cox Quad Scull, 1500 metre race, and they're underway.
Looks like the race has just started. So in lane 2, Scotch College Adelaide number 2 crew. In lane 3, the St. Peter's College number 4 crew. In lane 4, Christian Brothers. In lane 5, the Port Adelaide crew. So despite not being a school affiliated crew, these kids would all be schoolboys, so they are permitted to race in our club races and in our school super series. And in lane 7, Christian Brothers number 2 crew.
Christian Brothers 1 looking pretty strong there.
So the crew from CBC, Sam Jackson, Cooper Hoskin, Lachlan Hancock, Bailey Baines, coxed by Garara Atampala. Duking it out with St. Peter's College number 4, Joshua Cooper, Xavier Van Oygen, Thomas Browning, Will White, coxed by Harry Quigley, and that looks like a great battle between these two crews out the front of this race.
Could be a close one.
Looks like the St. Peter's crew have their rate of striking up just a little bit more, placing the blades well together at the catch, just a little bit more in time, moving together. It looks like they've just started to state their claim on this race.
Just upped that rating a little bit, didn't they?
Just through the middle of the race here. We tend to say in racing it's not who speeds up the most through the middle of the race, but who doesn't slow down. So both these crews would have been fast out the start. It looks like the St. Peter's crews maintained maybe a bit more of their boat speed through the middle of the race. Nice clean strokes. And especially impressive from a number 4 crew coming down here. Looks like a good battle behind them between the Scotch crew, the Port Adelaide crew, and the CBC number 2 crew. Good racing all round here from the schoolboy year 9-10s. Making the most of the conditions out here, which has turned into a pretty beautiful day.
Yeah, lucky. Not always like this at regattas, as last week showed us.
It certainly wasn't last week. But you certainly have to know how to race in all conditions, and it looks like this St. Peter's crew and this CBC crew both making the most of today's conditions. And it's pretty close. There's less than half a length in it here. Both crews taking up their rate of striking. St. Peter's crew still looking clean. The CBC crew not giving up here. They're still close. Coming across the line here, the St. Peter's crew about half a length up. Great racing to the finish there, just over the CBC number 1 crew. And then a great race here for the minor placings. A bit too close to call, isn't it?
Yeah, Scotch have really made some ground on this race.
And looks like the Scotch crew coming across the line by about a canvas in 3rd place, followed by Port Adelaide. And CBC number 2 coming across the line now.
Now we're bringing you the A final for the schoolboy year 9-10 Cox Quad Scull, race 65.
Already
1,500 metres.
well underway here, with about 500 metres to go. In lane 2, Scotch College number 1. In lane 3, St. Peter's College number 3. In lane 4, Saints number 1. In lane 5, Prince Alfred College number 1, which I might add the Prince Alfred College year 8-9 A crew, racing up a division today. Lane number 6, Saints 5, and lane number 7, Prince Alfred College 2, also a year 8-9 crew. And this looks like a fantastic battle between the Saints 1 and PAC 1 crews here.
The old rivals.
So Saints, William Baroni, Ryan Fowler, Will Osborne, Eddie Hetherington, coxed by Philippe Scousey. The PAC crew, Sam Stunnell, eldest son of Andrew Stunnell, famous South Australian oarsman, and Louis Dawson, Charles Seamer, Eddie Chappell, coxed by Alex Samood and coached by the evergreen Amanda Tidswell. This looks like a fantastic race coming down here. So rate of striking is high in both crews. I'm not quite getting the angle on the commentary box here to see which crew's in front. It looks like it might just be the young guys from PAC, who fresh from going quicker than the head of the river record in their own category today, have just taken out the year 9-10 A division as well. So
it was a close one.
Just ahead of that St. Peter's crew. Great race there. And then 2 more Saints crews coming down, just again showcasing their depth. And that looks like St. Peter's College number 5 coming through ahead of St. Peter's College number 3. And the other young guys from PAC coming through across the line just now. this is a good one. For time.
This is an exciting one here. Race 66, the Masters Women's 8, over 1,000 metres. And we've got 3 crews fighting this out. We've got Riverside, Phoenix and Torrens.
Always good to see the 8s up and running, coming down the course. They're just waiting at the start line here. Of course, all Masters events are handicapped based on what division you are. So the Riverside and Phoenix crews will be starting off go, and the Torrens crew will start off a 10-second handicap. So it looks like they're taking a little bit of time to get the crews aligned.
You can just see the boats drifting across a little bit there in the breeze, so they have to correct that before the race can start.
Having spent some time trying to line up boats in seat racing, it's not as easy as it looks, so a good job done by the officials here. And I think we're off.
Looks like Torrens have got a bit of correcting to do with their alignment. And Phoenix made a good start there.
The Phoenix crew looking very together with their blade work off the start here. That's the crew of Carolyn Muzared, Leanne Sando, Chris Firth, Lil Maida, Katie Kavanagh, Elizabeth Dinsdale, Henny Shepherd, Lizanne Edgar, and Cox by Tina Lowe. And they look like they're out in front here.
And for Riverside, we've got Jane Moore, Anne Pennington, Sarah Howells, Janet Lawrenson, Sharon Goldsworthy, Diane Levesque Hocking, Laurel Kenner, Margaret Gore, Rosie Kavanagh is the Cox, and the coach is Thomas Fraser.
And for the Torrens crew, Amanda Sparks, Donatella Mussolino, Jeanette Caldwell, Anna Corelli, Bree Downs-Woolley, Gina Bell, club vice captain, Denise Abood, Angie Franco, and coxed by Anna's daughter, Kate Crowley.
I had the privilege of racing in a boat with Kate coxing, and she is an amazing young woman, very talented.
I believe represented the state in the school's Pathway 8 last year. Was selected before the event was unfortunately cancelled, but looks like a great race coming down the course here. So it seems that the Torrens and the Phoenix crews have moved out in front. I think these two crews have a great rivalry in the Masters Women's 8.
This could be quite a battle towards the end.
And looks like this is just another one to add to it.
They would be very aware of each other's positions there.
Looks like both crews doing things really well. Great timing and a good drive phase from the Phoenix crew. Really long levered strokes here from the Torrens crew. And if my eyes aren't mistaken, looks like the Torrens crew might have just moved ahead in the last 10 strokes or so.
Yeah, I think you're right, Ash. Looking very good. Riverside have dropped back a little bit. It's really between Phoenix and Torrens, but Torrens are looking very strong.
And Torrens keeping that length, the rate's up. When you boil rowing down to its elements, you row with good length, good rate and good power. You tend to go fast, and I think this Torrens crew is doing all three pretty well here.
There's certainly some experience in that crew.
So coming down less than 250 metres to the line here. Looking very confident, very composed here in this Torrens crew. And just moving out to a clear water lead over the Phoenix crew.
They'll be very happy with that.
Stroke see Angie Franco driving them down to the line. Of course, ex-Australian representative, still kicking. And that looks like a commanding win there for the Torrens crew. And coming across the line now, second, the Phoenix crew. And followed by Riverside. And the Riverside crew crossing the line now. Rhythm looks great. Great timing from that crew. And well rowed. And I'm joined in the commentary box now by Kath Presser, who's organised the day for Torrens. Also helps out a lot with the Walford program.
Yep. Thanks, Ash.
Thanks for coming on, Catherine.
It's been a great day. Thanks for stepping in, Ash.
Oh, nothing I can't do.
So we heard.
And now up to race 67, so the Masters men's quad scull. So again, would have gone off a handicap today in lane 2, Adelaide Uni, who started off go. In lane 3, Adelaide Rowing Club, who started off 9 seconds. In lane 4, Riverside off go. In lane 5, another Riverside crew, also off go. In lane 6, Phoenix, who started off 5 seconds. In lane 7, Adelaide Uni, starting off 5 seconds. And just looking at that Adelaide Uni crew in lane 7, featuring in the 3-seat, Ross Hamilton, who's actually a member of our King's Cup crew this year.
Yeah, he is.
So,
yeah.
Spending a bit of time.
He's a strong rower at Adelaide Uni.
In the Masters event here, and it does look like that crew in lane 7 has moved out to a strong lead.
As expected, I think, with Ross in 3-seat there.
But I wouldn't take anything away from the guys who he's in the boat with. All long-time members of the Adelaide Uni Boat Club. John Bentley, a former Olympian.
Who's stroking that boat, Ash? That's Bill Nat?
That's Bill Nat at stroke seat there. Whose son Cam also rowed for Adelaide Uni for a few seasons. And this looks like a convincing lead to that Adelaide Uni crew. Well out in front, moving into the last 250. The rate's up, they're making the most of this tailwind here. The Riverside crew
are doing well.
Looks like the Riverside crew in lane 5. That's Anthony Perry, Maxwell Hoseason Smith, Hilton Zealy and Renz Piavezen.
Yeah, they're coming up strongly behind them.
Very tidy rowing from that Riverside crew, but the Adelaide Uni crew out in front. Henry Newland, John Bentley, Ross Hamilton and Bill Nat. Coming across the line now for a convincing win.
It's nice to see the conditions have improved, Ash, since we've had rain, we've had wind, but it's really settled down, which is good for the rowers.
And the Riverside crew coming across in second, followed by the Phoenix crew. I think we've had all 4 seasons today.
Yeah, we have. I think so.
And followed again by the other Riverside crew. Coached by Thomas Fraser, who's doing a great job of building the program up in the Masters divisions and also, I think, the younger divisions as well as at Riverside. Followed by Adelaide and then the second Adelaide Uni crew. And looks like the second Adelaide Uni crew may have had a breakage of some sort. They appear to just be rowing off the course. So something may have happened in this crew. They're another quality crew, so unfortunate not to have the chance to
compete.
This happens sometimes. We tend to tell our young rowers to check over everything in the boat before they get out, just in case something happens. Because at the end of the day, if it happens in your final, it happens in your final, and they're not going to run a re-row for you. And looks like they're sitting at the start line of Masters Men's Quad Scale Div 2. So with these divisions, it doesn't tend to be ranked one division to the next. They will usually randomly allocate crews to each division, which I think is the fairest way to do it for club premiership points. So in this race we have in lane 3 another Riverside crew, in lane 4 Gulwa. Both those crews are off a 22-second handicap. In lane 5 Riverside again, off Go. These are the old guys who will be starting off Go. And then in lane 6 Pembroke Masters Composite.
It's a strong showing from Riverside with 3 quads coming through.
I think that was 4 quads. Done a great job.
Oh, they
building
have
up,
2. Yeah, 4 quads. 2 in the last race, 2 in this one.
Great job building up their numbers in their Masters Men's program, I think. And it looks like the first crew, Riverside in lane 5, are off Go. The Pembroke Masters Composite had a 13-second handicap. They're off as well. And now all crews up and racing. So it does often make for some exciting racing in the Masters categories with the handicaps. You're never quite sure which crew is going to come across the line first, as one crew might be bearing down on the other crew.
This could be a good race, Ash, because there's lots of very experienced rowers in this race. This is what's great about the Masters. I mean, we've got Richard Clark with the Riverside, 83 years of age, rowing strong. In that crew, Hugh Orr, 81, Peter Smith, 75, and Paul Gunson, 78. So,
and how good to still be out there, rowing well, clean, in time at the catch together. Done a really great job there in that Riverside crew. And it looks like a close race out the front here in Div 2 of the Masters Men's Quad Scale.
It's a very close race, isn't it, between the 2 Riverside crews and the
Pembroke Masters on the far side. Yeah. It looks really close between the old guys, Richard Clark, Hugh Orr, Peter Smith, Paul Gunson, Coach Tom Fraser from Riverside, and the Pembroke Masters crew, Mark Muzared, Phil Gebhardt, Peter Hodson, and John Lister. So Phil Gebhardt representing Phoenix Rowing Club, so a composite crew. The other 3 athletes representing Pembroke Masters.
Yes, it is a very close race.
It just looks like that Pembroke Masters crew sneaks forward into the lead, I think. It's a great rhythm in that crew.
No, I think you're right. I think you've called it, Ash. I think they're edging ahead.
It looks like plenty of speed through the water to move the boat each stroke. And nice, relaxed rowing on the way forward to let the boat run. And that tends to be it. If you accelerate the boat well when the blades are out of the water, and then look after the boat speed on the way forward, then the boat's going to move well for you. And just crossing the line here, Pembroke Masters crew about an even boat length ahead of the Riverside crew, and a great race there. Riverside, their other crew coming through just after in third. And Goolwa just coming up to the line here.
It's good to see Goolwa coming out in strength as well, Ash.
It is.
Coming all the way up. It's, yeah, no, they're doing well.
A little bit more of a trek with their boat trailer than it would be for most people.
Yeah, it would be.
But it's good to see them here.
Now we're back to the women's races, the second grade women's Cox 4. We've got on, as you can see on the camera there, we've got the Adelaide, can't actually see the Wolford second crew. They're out of the picture, but we've got the Adelaide Uni crew, Arabella Baum, Siobhan Rowe, Anna Ford and Ellie Porter, and it's coxed by Amy Caritas. And then we've got in lane 4, Lucy Kiddle, Katie Luscombe, Amelia Adams and Sophie Waters, with Anika Jones as a cox from Adelaide Rowing Club. And we've got one of the Wolford crews closest with Annabelle LaPlastra, Allegra Taylor, Erin Westwood, Olivia Bridgman and Lily Restus are the cox. And the coaches are Anya Seed and Gemma Voss. And the Wolford girls were successful in winning their race last week in the Premiership Series, this Cox 4.
So this is a bit of a schools versus clubs race here. So Wolford, they're school 4. I believe that crew would have been competing in the first 4 division.
Yeah, it was last week.
Last week, took out a healthy win. And the club crews from Adelaide and Adelaide Uni. At the moment, around about halfway down the course, it looks like the Adelaide Uni crews started to forge a lead. That crew again of Arabella Baum, Siobhan Rowe, Anna Ford, Ellie Porter and Amy Caritas have moved out ahead of the Adelaide crew and just one of the Wolford crews here.
Yeah,
so
it's only 3 in this race.
So 2 Wolford crews entered, just one out here. But there is fantastic depth in this Wolford senior program at the moment. Lots of rowers, lots of boat speed. And it looks like they're giving that Adelaide Rowing Club crew a real shake. So taking it right up to the older club girls.
It's interesting because in the Adelaide crew you've got two ex-Wolford girls rowing. So you've got Amelia Adams and Sophie Waters. So I think our girls will be pretty pleased at Wolford to be beating that crew at Adelaide.
And partnered with 2, I think, ex-Scotch College girls,
That's
Lucy
right.
Kittle and Katie Luscombe. I think a bit of ex-state team experience
as well
in the Adelaide boat. But the Wolford boat taking it right up to them here. But it's the Adelaide University crew coming down with a healthy lead at the moment. Looks like they're rowing in a borrowed Wolford boat at the moment.
They are, actually. We won't hold that against them.
So that often happens. The clubs and schools help each other out. When the clubs often have coxless boats, the schools often have cox boats, and when they need to row in the opposite, they'll give each other a call. And in a small rowing community in SA, it tends to be everyone helps each other out. That looks like a great, easy rhythm from the Adelaide Rowing, Adelaide Uni Boat Club crew, sorry. They're almost making it look effortless. Closing in on the last 250 metres.
Out for a Saturday paddle. They're looking strong.
I can.
I think there's a bit more. You can vouch for that, Ash, that it's a lot more than a paddle.
I'm sure you can vouch for it as well, Catherine. But as easy as they make it look, they'd be working pretty hard in this Adelaide University crew to stay out in front. And this is a classy display of rowing here.
You can see Amy, the cox, pushing them along.
So Amy, I believe, has been a state team cox in the past.
She has, yeah.
Formerly of St Peter's Girls. Formerly coxed their first 8 there. And she's driving the crew down to the line.
They've really powered ahead, these girls.
That is a big margin.
That is a big margin.
That's a strong win to the Adelaide Uni crew. I think a young women's squad in the club scene, but they've got plenty of numbers, plenty of power, and this just looks like another example of it, powering across the line in first. And it looks to me like the Walford girls have got the best of the club versus school battle here. Coming down the course, the rate of striking's up. Looks like they're really going for it here and coming in second here.
They're also powering.
The Walford crew. Annabelle Laplastria, Allegra Taylor, Erin Westwood, Olivia Bridgman, coxed by Lily Restus and coached by Anya Seed and Gemma Voss.
Yeah, they're doing well. They're a very young crew. They're all Year 11 girls, so they're all 15 and 16, that crew, the Walford crew that just came across. So they've done all new to sweep. So they've done extremely well.
So they're learning sweep. They'll have another chance to maybe move up from the 4s to the 8s next year, but they've done very well today. And on the course already, the men's equivalent, the second grade men's coxed 4 over 2,000 metres. In lane 2, Unley High. In lane 3, St Peter's College. In lane 4, Christian Brothers. In lane 5, St Peter's College as well. In lane 6, an Adelaide Rowing Club crew. And in lane 7, Scotch College Adelaide. And now, if I'm not mistaken, I think these two St Peter's crews are 2 halves of their first 8. So they've broken the crew down into 2 4s. I believe the first 8 had a strong victory over the Adelaide Rowing Club men's crew earlier on today. Have now broken their crew down into 2 4s to try and get some competitive racing against each other, and they look like they're doing a great job again. It doesn't look like the Adelaide Rowing Club crew has made it out here.
No, it doesn't look like it. It looks like there's only see 4 in the picture. So it's the 2 Saints crews.
And the leading Saints crew seems to be the lane 3 crew, listed as Faris Harb, Fraser Bolnevs, Felix Packer, William Howard, coxed by Aidan Hughes, who was another state team coxswain in the school's Pathway 8 last year. He's sitting in the bow loader there, so the cox sitting at the bow of the boat as opposed to at the stern of the boat. He's still driving that crew on. Really powerful strokes here from that St Peter's crew, and they're driving away from their crewmates.
Yeah, it's a bit of rivalry happening there, I think, Ash.
So first and second here to the St Peter's crew. The crew in lane 3 coming across the line first. And the crew of Nick Burr, Max Henry, Edward Chipperfield, Tom Oldfield, coxed by Hugh Sanders, coming across the line second. So 1-2 to St Peter's. And then back to the Scotch and CBC crews.
And they're having their second race, by the looks, for third.
This is a close race coming down here for third. It's tough to tell with the angle. Both crews really going for it with the rate here. Scotch crew maybe just in front.
Edging ahead, but...
I don't know, actually.
Oh, I don't know. The CBC boys are giving them a run at the last...
This could be a dead heat. And great finish. The CBC boys just moved ahead in the last seconds there.
Yeah, well done.
Ahead of the Scotch crew. This is a big one.
This is a big one. This is a very competitive race. This is a schoolgirl 8 race. So we've in lane 1 we've got St Peter's Girls. Lane 2 Wilderness, their second 8. Lane 3 their Seymour second 8. Walford their first 8. Wildy their first 8. Unley High in lane 6. Walford their second 8 in lane 7, and Seymour their first 8 in lane 8. So they've headed off.
Now this was a cracker of a race last week at the School Super Series. I believe the top 5 crews, all within a matter of maybe one boat length, and back on the course again today.
Yeah, it's great to see these crews, both the first 8s and the second 8s. The school's out last week. It's only 5 weeks to head of the river, so they're all out giving it their all.
So Head of the River prep would be well underway for these schools. And gaining some valuable race experience out in the course today. So it's a bit too early to tell who's out in the lead. The crew's coming just past the 500 metres mark in, so 1,500 to go.
So you've got on the far side is the Seymour College first crew. They were the winners of the first 8 last week. That's Alice Montgomery, Grace Foster, Leela McGrow, Jemima Witten, Lucy Forrest, Eliza Wink, Molly Duggan, Charlotte Heason, and the Cox is Ceci Walker.
And no coach listed there, but I believe Catherine McDougall, who's moved across to Seymour this year and seems to be doing very well with a couple of strong wins in the first and second 8 last week. And looks like they're well within the race at the moment. Looks like those 2 middle lanes, Walford School number 1 and Wildy School number 1, also showing well. So in the Walford crew, Imogen Alford, Miffy Young, Imke Mentz, Georgina Southcott, Lily Richter, Alexandra Williams, Madeline Barty, Isabella Worth, Molly Olofsson, Cox, and Coach Patrick Eye.
Who's our new coach at Walford?
A new director.
Yeah.
In the Wildy crew, Charlie Lawrence, Amelia Goss, Bianca Rowan, Millie Jackson, Zara Hoadley, Georgina Birchall, Emma Jolly, Portia Merschel, and Olympia Andre. Coxing, coached by Amy Mailing, one of our state team coaches and resident Kiwis. They look like they're doing a great job in the middle of the course here, that Wildy crew. It's tough to tell at this stage. The crews have moved past the 1,000-metre mark, but this looks to be one serious race at the moment. The Wildy crew maybe with a slight lead over the Walford crew. It's tough to tell where they're sitting against the Seymour crew and the Saints Girls crew, not doing too bad on the inside lane as well. The St Peter's Girls 8, Sarah Gulliver, Sadie Viker Lamb, Molly Bond, Simran Rai, Charlotte Parker, Miller Barai, Claire Romaniuk, Sophie Barr, Cox by Sarah Alcazari, coaches Brynley Millward, who's also Adelaide Uni Boat Club, and Sean Hay. That St Peter's Girls crew features a few of our state team youth 8 in the stroke 3.
It seems like a strong race, Ash, between those 4 crews by the looks.
I can't call it at the moment.
No.
The Wildy crew might be sneaking ahead, but that Seymour crew's showing well on the far side as well. Looks like a really well-drilled Seymour crew coming down the course here. I think they're new Sykes 8.
Yeah, and they're new Zooties as well.
Yep.
The new senior Zooties, and the Cox is looking across, looking at the competition, and they look strong.
They do. But unless my eyes deceive me, it may be the Wildy and the Walford crews in the middle of the course just leading. Sometimes an advantage to be in the middle of the course. You can see out to one side, see out to the other, whereas occasionally you can get lost on the far side of the course.
I'm a bit biased here, Ash, but the Walford crew in the lane 4 is looking strong. But,
I have to say all of these crews are looking strong, coming down into the last 250.
They are, the Wildy.
An absolute drag race, and it's Wildy and Walford who've pulled out to a lead here.
It's
stroke rate seems to be up in the Wilderness crew.
Yeah, that Wildy crew's just pulled ahead.
Both crews are stroke rates up, but I think the Wildy crew's just kept their length a little bit better than the Walford crew.
They certainly have.
And their noses are up, tails are up, and looks like a win to the Wildy crew.
Well done.
Coming across the line, coached by Amy Mailing. Doing a really good job. I think it would be a while since the Wildy crew's come across the line in first place, and a length win for Wildy over Walford. And then close between Saints Girls and Seymour, who were victorious last week.
Yeah,
so
3rd and 4th, very close. Another strong race between those 2.
So sharing the wins around in these early stages. I think that Schoolgirl 8's going to be anyone's race.
Yeah, it will be.
Come
5 weeks,
we've
only got 5 weeks, and it's going to be a tough one. I wouldn't call it now.
And it's tough to know what sort of training load these crews might be on. Most schools and programs would run through what you would call training periodization, where you go through hard weeks and light weeks. So it's tough to know whether one crew might be on a hard week of training and therefore feeling pretty tired on the Saturday when they gear up to race, and other crews might be on their light weeks and feeling fresh and ready to go. So it's often tough to read at this stage. But by the time Head of the River comes around, all the schools are tapering up and lightening off their load for race day. It looks to be a cracker in the girls' eight this year.
Oh, it's going to be close.
And Wilderness School number 2, just crossing the line there. Just ahead of the West Lakes Princess.
As it comes past, that'll be a good viewing platform, I think. Now this is another cracker of a race.
So coming down the school boys 8, so girls have raced school boys on the course now. In lane 2, St Peter's. In lane 3, St Ignatius. In lane 4, Prince Alfred College. In lane 5, Scotch College number 2 crew, their second 8. In lane 6, St Peter's College. In lane 7, Scotch College number 1. And in lane 8, Norwood Regatta. So, as we saw, I think the St Peter's first 8 raced 2 4s in an earlier race. So this looks to be St Peter's second and third 8s. And certainly the Prince Alfred first 8 crew here. So the PAC crew, Samar Desange, Oliver Deere, Mason Sargent, Thomas Saunders, Josh Felderhoff, Oscar Chappell, Angus Shute, Edward Henbest, or Ted, son of former South Australian oarsman Matt Henbest, who's also coaching at PAC at the moment, Mitch Parker Coxing, and coach Andrew Stunnell. And the race has come past the 1,000-metre mark. It looks like a good race between the PAC crew and the Scotch crew on the far side. That's Scotch number 1 crew, Harry Buckland, Lachlan Earl, Ollie Birchby, Peter Axic-Barsis, Adam Holland, big Adam Holland, who's in our Youth 8 crew this year. Ari Ralph, Max Fatzalari, Hugo Kittle, Jack Walter, and coach James Seppelt. Bit of a grudge match between these two coaches. Both used to be South Australian lightweight oarsmen.
Okay.
And so represented Australia together. Now coaching against one another for PAC and Saints. Looks like these two crews have pulled out along with the St Peter's second 8 crew, who are right in the race here. And that's St Peter's second 8. Alistair Sarah, Hugo Worm, Thomas Hamilton Smith, Tom Wickham, Jeremy Beale, Jake Nesbitt, Kyle Miller, Arthur Drayton, and Jamie Graves. Now, it might not be a full second 8 crew, because I know that Jeremy Beale has been selected to the state youth 8 as well. So maybe a few
mixed crews
musical
in there,
chairs going along with these Saints boys crews.
There's a lot of boys rowing.
Coach James McRae's never been afraid to mix the crews up to work out who's moving boats. It looks like a cracker of a race coming down here, and I think the St Peter's crew are just coming down to the line in front here. The rate's up. The rhythm around the back turn looks good. The boat just keeps running on.
It's very close between Scotch and Saints. And with PAC in the middle, they're really...
And a close race here. Looks like the St Peter's crew coming across the line first here.
They brought it home very strong.
And a win to St Peter's, close between Scotch and PAC, and just a win to the Scotch crew. PAC coming home in third. Ahead of the Scotch number 2 crew.
It's a strong crew as well, Ash.
And then coming to the line, the St. Peter's next crew and Nord Moriata, about a length apart. And also St. Ignatius still coming through. Boating a boys 8 in the last couple of seasons for the first time in quite a while, perhaps.
Yeah,
perhaps
it is.
ever.
It's good to see.
A young program, St. Ignatius, and building up to a first 8.
So it's good to see they're getting the numbers through, getting some, and able to just put a first 8 in the water, which is very pleasing to see.
Their Cox is driving them home here, driving them to the line, and crossing the line now. And now to some of the open divisions. So club crews coming down here in race 73. This is the open women's Coxless 4. In lane 4, Adelaide Uni number 1 crew. In lane 5, Adelaide Rowing Club. In lane 6, Adelaide Uni number 2 crew. So just the 3 crews, 2 from Adelaide Uni, 1 from Adelaide Rowing Club. In Adelaide Uni number 1, Sophie Radford, Karis Jones, Talila McCarthy and Joanne Malcolm. In the Adelaide crew, Erica Webb, Mika Webb, Sophia Neary, Anna Collins, coached by Ronnie Mobbs. In the Adelaide Uni number 2 crew, Sarah Petrov, Siobhan Rowe, Anna Ford and Alico Tunney. And it looks like the Adelaide Rowing Club crew may just be out in front of the Adelaide Uni number 1 combination.
This will be a good race too, Ash. There's always a bit of rivalry between the Adelaide crews and the Adelaide Uni crews.
And the Adelaide Rowing Club crews have been the stronger force in women's rowing over the last few years, but Uni are building a promising program. And so these open club events often a good precursor to the state championships in 2 weeks' time. And both these clubs will be desperate to put on a strong showing for the open women's 8. And it looks like the Adelaide Rowing Club crew here with great rhythm, a couple of lengths ahead of the Adelaide Uni crew coming into the last 250.
So the number of these girls, Ash, are in the Queen's Cup, is that right?
I'm not sure on the Queen's Cup.
Yeah, I know Sophie Neary is. I think maybe Erica and Mika. So it is a strong crew.
So some of the class of South Australian rowing on display at the moment. They would have had their final seat racing for the Queen's Cup crew yesterday morning, so that would have decided who made the crew. It looks like this Uni crew are still driving down to the line. So not giving up on this race yet. Jo Malcolm, looks like Jo's sitting at the 2 seat, although she's listed at stroke here. Rowing SA's very own Jo Malcolm.
Yeah, so she was commentating earlier on.
And now out there in the Uni boat, driving it home to the line. But the Adelaide Rowing Club crew, a small little mishap there just before the line, but coming across for a strong first place ahead of Adelaide Uni number 1.
With Sophie Radford, Karis Jones, Tilly McCarthy and Jo Malcolm.
Well rowed from both crews there.
And the Adelaide Uni 2nd crew. Sarah Petrov, Siobhan Rowe, Anna Ford and Alico Tunney.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, Catherine, that looks like
Jemima. I reckon Jemima is stroking that boat.
No one tell the umpires.
Yeah, that's what I'm just thinking. I'm sure that's Jemima.
Jemima, Catherine's daughter in the Adelaide Uni crew.
Yeah, it is.
Bit of a family affair here.
With and it's a different crew because Cleo Wilson's in there as well. So that's a.
I don't think we're supposed to say that on air.
Oh.
And now across to
a bit more, another rivalry race between
the
Adelaide
Open Men's Cox's 4. Race 74, just 2 crews in this one. Lane 4, Adelaide Uni. In lane 5, Adelaide. In the Uni crew, Oscar Moore, Ross Hamilton, Will Smith, Nick Blackman, Coach Sam Morton, who also coaches at St Peter's College. And in the Adelaide crew, James Price, Drew Clements, Matthew Nielsen and Tim Santon. Now, all 4 members of the Adelaide crew are members of South Australia's King's Cup crew this year, so half the boat. And in the Uni crew, Ross Hamilton, who's part of our King's Cup crew, and listed Nick Blackman, who's part of our Youth 8 crew. But it looks like the Adelaide Rowing Club crew, who's moved away to a good lead. The rate of striking's up.
Very smooth, aren't they?
And the King's Cup guys showing a clean set of blades here, making it look easy coming into the last 200 metres or so. A couple of lengths lead on the Adelaide Uni crew. Stroked by Ross Hamilton. Ross, a big success story, has moved across from surfboat rowing to flat water rowing, river rowing over the last couple of years, and has made our King's Cup crew in successive seasons. It's a big erg puller, Ross, but it's the Adelaide Rowing Club crew coming across the line first, ahead of the Adelaide Uni crew in second place.
And Ross was awarded a half blue the other night at the Adelaide Uni.
I saw that.
Yeah,
the
very successful.
Adelaide University Sports Club's Night of Nights, I think.
Yes, it certainly was.
Half blue, second only to full blue.
Blue.
So well done, Ross.
And we'll welcome Kate back from the Torrens Rowing Club. Welcome back, Kate.
Thanks, Kath.
And we're up to race 75 now, which is the 3rd grade women's double. And we've got in lane 1, St Ignatius, with Violet Rosser and Olivia De Angelis. Lane 2, St Peter's Girls, Georgina Wakeham and Chloe Porter. Lane 3, Loretto Marriotville 2, Isabel Deans and Eliza Hogg. Lane 4, Mawson, Taylor Prebeno and Nicole Walker. Lane 5, Nord Moriata High with Georgie Gabriella and Paulina Pecula. Lane 6, Port Adelaide, Sammy Corrigan and Laura Tibbetts. Lane 7, St Peter's Girls with Georgie Owler and Pearl Richards. And Lane 8, Unley High with Caitlin Donnellan and Izzy Hall. So a full lanes here, Kate.
Great to see Mawson out there, and what a lovely distinctive strip they've got. Really easy to pick.
Yeah. Yeah, so they're a new rowing club, from what I understand as well, Kate.
Yeah,
they're
good to see.
Good colours.
Timing really critical in these doubles. If you working in unison and with the boat, you slide along so much more easily. Sometimes you feel a little bit like you're working at odds with the boat or at odds with your partner, and it makes it much more difficult. So timing is really, really key. Mawson look like they're going along nicely there. And we've got Loretto here in lane 3.
So it's good to see a huge mix of girls' clubs, the clubs out here, clubs and schools out here today. So they're right across. So there's Unley High right across to the left of the screen. St Peter's Girls. So it's
Let's see if we can get a feel for
Yeah.
who's in the lead here. Might be...
Looks like St Peter's Girls from what I
Yeah,
can
I'm wondering if it's lane 2 there. Lane... Oh, what is that, Loretto? Loretto looking strong there.
It's good to see the Mawson.
Yeah, they're up amongst it.
Mawson, Nord, Morialta. Sort of 4 across the lead there. From
Fairly even. I think Loretto might have it at this stage, but it is
it's
hard
the one
to
on the
tell.
right of the screen. Yeah.
Hard to tell from this angle. We should know soon. There's not a lot in it. It looks like Loretto just pulling away a little bit, looking very strong. Nice long strokes, relaxed style. So that's Isabella Deans and Eliza Hogg, and their coach is Rebecca Cock.
Yeah, so it looks like they're just lifted the rate a bit by the looks, Kate.
Yeah.
And they're pulling away.
The end is in sight for them.
Yep.
It's a fairly comfortable win there.
With St Peter's crew across the other side. And the Mawson.
Yeah, good effort by
By
Mawson to bring in a second place. You just see them tiring a little bit at the end there, but they managed to keep it together the whole way through. Mawson looking great as well.
And then St Peter's Girls. Followed very not far behind by Unley, which is
Yeah,
fantastic to see.
And Port Adelaide just coming in there. Sammy Corrigan and Laura Tibbetts.
Oh, it looks like, unfortunately, something's happened here.
Norwood Morialta. Might have something malfunctioning by the
Within
look
the
of
boat,
it in the
by the
bow
looks,
seat.
yeah.
So now we're going up to race. So we've got Ash Fitch back in the chair, and we're watching race 76, the 3rd grade women's double. This is Division 2 of the race we just saw before.
So the Murray Bridge crew on screen, Amelia Duval, Daisy Matterford, they're in lane 1. Lane 2, Wilderness School. Lane 3, Adelaide Rowing Club. Lane 4, Port Adelaide. Lane 5, Unley High number 2 crew. Lane 6, Norwood Morialta. Lane 7, Loretto number 1 crew. And lane 8, St Peter's Girls number 2 crew.
The Loretto crew look to have good timing there.
Stroke rate's certainly up in that crew at the moment. And it looks like they might be sneaking out to a lead here, coming into the last 300 or 400 metres. The Murray Bridge crew certainly within the fight as well. The Loretto crew, Lucy Hoskins, Emily Lang, coach Rebecca Cock, a veteran of a couple of Loretto First 8 crews in years past. Oh. And looks like a good race coming down here.
Loretto looking comfortable, but Murray Bridge also looking really good in lane 1.
Both crews, some really nice rowing here. And Loretto in their Italian-made Philippi boat. I think this is their year 8-9 rowers. So the young girls racing hard, racing well, and just pushing out to a lead over this Murray Bridge crew. Murray Bridge certainly fighting well for second, ahead of Saints girls on the far side, who appear to be in third place. But it's Loretto Marrettville, the number 1 crew, Lucy Hoskins, Emily Lang coming across the line for a strong win in Div 2 of the third grade women's double. And Murray Bridge coming across the line second. A good row from those girls as well. Ahead of Saints girls coming through in third. The Port Adelaide crew and the Norwood crew coming through. So it doesn't look like everyone's made it to the start line of this race. But good rowing from all who have got to the race.
Now we're heading up for race 77, the third grade men's coxed 4, over 1,000 metres. So we've got 5 crews in this race. We've got Christian Brothers 2 in lane 7. You can see them on the left of the screen there. Next to them is Unley High in the blue. Prince Alfred College just coming from behind the umpire's boat there. Norwood Murray Alta in the white shirts. And Christian Brothers off to the right there near the other umpire's boat.
Now it looks like there's another crew ahead on the course. They might have had a breakage. Might be explaining why there were less crews coming down the course in the last race. It looks like everyone is safely in different lanes, so no collisions will happen here. And a mix of age levels, I think, in this race. The Unley High and one of the CBC crews, I think they're senior 4s. The other CBC crew, Christian Brothers 2, in lane 7, that appears to be their year 10 guys. And the PAC crew in lane 5, that's their year 9As going out for another one.
We've had a busy day. Edward Chappell, Sam Stunnell, Louis Dawson, Charles Seamer, and the cox is Alex Mood, and the coach, Amanda Tidswell.
So these guys have already taken out the year 9 division, already taken out the year above the year 10 division today, and now trying their hand at sweep rowing as young fellas.
Hungry for more.
And looks like they're out in front as well. So it looks like a good race with the CBC crew on the far side. CBC number 2, Sam Jackson, Paul Payne, Cooper Hoskin, Bailey Baines, Cox Garara Atampala. But I think it's the Prince Alfred crew just ahead here. The young guys trying their hand at sweep rowing.
Doing a great job.
And they're tough, talented, coached well by Amanda Tidswell. Making it look easy, really. But that CBC crew also pushing down.
Very nice blade work from that CBC crew.
And this is a good race to the line from CBC and the PAC crews. Strike rates going up in both boats. It's hard to tell who's in front. Might just be the PAC crew.
Yeah, I think they've got it by about a half a length.
And the PAC crew moving away to finish about a length's lead ahead of the CBC crew.
What a great effort.
Who cross in second.
Boys.
So year 9 boys taking out the win, year 10 boys taking second. So both trying out sweep maybe earlier than they otherwise would. Unley High coming across the line here. And followed by CBC, the number 1 crew. And looks like a wilderness double coming across here. They look like they must have had a breakage at the start line of the previous event, the third grade women's double. And just coming across the line here with one rower.
Now we've got race 78, the Masters Women's Double, Division 1, over 1,000 metres.
And in lane 3, Port Adelaide, starting off 4 seconds, the crew of Alison Smith and Victoria Johnson. In lane 4, Goolwa, starting off 4 seconds, the crew of Steph Wilden and Kate Tebneff. In lane 5, another Port Adelaide crew, starting off Go, Susie Ross and Simone Ellis. Simone made our Open State team a couple of years back. In lane 6, the Torrens crew, starting off 4 seconds, Gina Bell and Angie Franco. In lane 7, the Riverside crew, Melanie Innes and Ilaria Pagani, coached by Tom Fraser, starting off 8 seconds. And all crews seem like they're waiting at the start line for starters' instructions. Now, there's a bit of a crosswind on the course at the moment, which makes for tricky conditions for crews to start off with, but I think we have a start for a couple of our crews. It can be tricky, especially without a coxswain, to position yourself in a lane so that you don't get blown across too much into another lane. But it looks like all crews have a start here.
Do you want this? Pretty strong start from Port Adelaide there.
Looks like really clean rowing from all crews to start off here. Great rhythm, great timing from the Port Adelaide crew out early. They might be our early leaders here.
Looks like the Torrens crew just picked it up a notch.
So the Torrens crew featuring Gina Bell, Angie Franco. Angie, who's been dealing with a back injury this year, back in the boat. So great to see her back out there. Just behind the Port Adelaide crew, who look like they have a commanding lead. Maybe not commanding, but they're certainly out in front. But some quality double sculling on display here in the Div 1 of the Masters Women's Double. Looks like one of the Port Adelaide crews may not have made the start line, but it certainly hasn't phased the other Port Adelaide crew, who are still moving out ahead. Really good catches. So the crew of Susie Ross and Simone Ellis moving through past the rocks, which is the marker most crews will use for 250 metres to go. So into the last quarter of this 1,000 metre race. Really good blade work on display from all three crews up front. The Torrens crew and the Gulwa crew both coming down hot on the heels of this Port Adelaide crew. But it's coming into the closing stages and I don't quite see anyone catching up to them.
No, they're looking very good. Very relaxed as well. Such clean catches there.
And the Port Adelaide crew coming across the line first. Susie Ross, Simone Ellis. A really clean win there. And a great race for second here between Torrens and Gulwa. I think the Torrens crew might just have it on the line. And Torrens second. Gulwa, Steph Wilden and Kate Tebneff coming through in third in a great race there for the minor placings.
Gulwa just made up some good time there, I think.
And Riverside coming through now to the line.
I'll leave you to it. I gotta go put a zooty on.
And coming down, race 79, Div 2 of the Masters Women's Double. So in lane 1, Phoenix, Tony Milne and Lizanne Edgar. In lane 2, Gulwa, and that Phoenix crew starting off 27 seconds. In lane 2, Gulwa starting off Go, Jackie Woodhead and Judith Younger. Phoenix starting off 13 seconds, Chris Firth and Carolyn Muzzard. In lane 4, another Gulwa crew starting off 13 seconds, Diana Tebneff and Tracy Marshall. Lane 5, another Phoenix crew, Renata Zilm and Lil Maida starting off 27 seconds. In lane 6, Riverside starting off 13 seconds, Margaret Gore and Anne Pennington. In lane 7, Torrens off 27 seconds, Denise Abood and Amanda Sparks. In lane 8, Phoenix off 27 seconds, Elizabeth Dinsdale and Henny Shepherd. And it may be the crews on the near side just sneaking out ahead at the moment.
Looks like that Phoenix crew in lane 3 are doing pretty well. Chris Firth and Caroline Muzzard. But it looks pretty close from here.
Certainly the two crews on the far side as well showing their hand. The Torrens crew and the Phoenix crew on the far side. So it looks like 4 Phoenix crews entered in this one. So
yeah, very well represented.
A very strong women's program. And again, this Masters racing, always exciting as you're not sure what the handicaps will do. There may be a quicker crew who's coming from behind off a big handicap, closing down on a crew who started earlier. And it looks like the Torrens crew in lane 7 and the Phoenix crew in lane 3 are moving out into the lead over the rest of the field. And so both crews spread apart on the course. Sometimes it can be hard to tell exactly where you are on the other crew when there's such a gap in between you, in 4 lanes. But the best thing to do is just keep your eyes forward, put your legs down and pray for the best, I think. And it looks like that's what both these crews are doing. The Torrens crew really aggressive through the drive phase, powerful strokes. I think they might just be moving out. But the Phoenix crew certainly giving them a big battle. The Torrens crew, Denise Abood, Amanda Sparks.
Looking very good.
Looking very strong over on the far side. Coming through to the line. A couple of lengths up on the Phoenix crew, and this looks like a strong victory to the Torrens crew. Crossing the line now. Phoenix, a gallant second. Great race from Phoenix there. Chris Firth and Carolyn Muzared. And then another Phoenix crew in 3rd place, followed by, I think, another Phoenix crew in 4th place. Gulwa crossing the line.
That's a great effort by Torrens with that 27-second handicap too.
It's what makes Masters racing great.
Yeah, it sure does.
That was a strong performance from that Torrens double. And the second Gulwa crew coming across the line here. Jackie Woodhead and Judith Younger. And Phoenix crossing now. That is Renata Zilm and Lil Maida. And Renata, unless I'm very much mistaken, her daughter Verena has been a mainstay of state teams and national teams over past years. It's a sassy rower, competing in the lightweight division, and went across and performed well at the New South Wales State Champs last year.
You'll never know!